so keep that in mind.
Yeah, hey, forget I asked.
That'll definitely
Ew.
do.
Ew. Join the Discord.
It was the least fun I've ever had playing this game.
A small but vibrant and extremely humble community.
No, I've seen the sleeves, but I'm like, you said you're suiting up, and then you put your sleeve on. F you for saying that.
Because I'm a demon on the keys.
Next thing I know, we're both dead. I immediately left the lobby.
In Vietnam.
What are they playing for? Are they playing to win?
Stay humble.
Stay humble.
Oh, fuck, I forgot something.
All right, hurry up. Ready up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Wait, let me make sure I have the right scene here. Tell me when you're ready, Tanner. We'll wait. Oh, he said he's ready, by the way.
Okay.
You're such a dumb rat. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay. We are live, dude. Welcome to the Dropshot, episode number 77. My name is Casey, also known as Razinon. I am joined, as always, by my good friend Tanner. Tanner, say hello to everyone.
What's going on? Man, this is some whack field of view, dude.
Yeah, what's going on with that? Like, most of your camera's cut off. I don't understand what's going on here.
What's going on? Am I a... Holy fuck. Am I a console retard? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, so what happened is your Halloween costume as a console player, right? Your field of view has been collapsed.
Oh, no.
That must be what happened, right? Because
it has to be.
on a console, you have a 5-degree field of view, which is why I think your camera is a bit messed up, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's also not focusing.
Yeah, well, consoles don't work super well, right?
They certainly don't.
So, and your field of view is collapsed. Not ideal, but I guess we'll make do. That is what happens, you know, when you dress up as Halloween, for Halloween, and we go all out here, of course. Now,
well, wouldn't call it all out.
Now that is Tanner's costume. You guys might see me here, and be wondering what the fuck is going on with twitch.tv/Razinon, live every Wednesday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah, what is it?
At twitch.tv/Razinon for the hottest up and coming podcast in gaming, the Dropshot, a Call of Duty podcast. Now, let me show you. I'm going to stand up so that you guys can get the full context here, okay? Tanner, you tell me what I look like right here.
Well, I'm a little worried because I'm seeing a Call of Duty Modern Warfare hat, but you hate that game. So I don't know. Let me let's wait till you stand up here. Haven't stood up on my... Oh, it's a trash can. So you're a giant trash can. Oh, okay. So I think I'm understanding it, right?
Okay.
Because Call of Duty Modern Warfare is your least favorite and the worst Call of Duty game ever made. Because it's a shit, trash, garbage game,
Correct.
right?
I am dressed as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019 Game of the Year Edition. And of course, this game is trash. Ergo, I am dressed as Call of Duty Modern Warfare, hence the hat, and a trash can. I belong in the garbage because I am garbage when I am, insofar as I am dressed, of course, as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019 Game of the Year Edition. So, welcome to this episode, this evening. And this is actually quite a salient costume for tonight's episode, because we are, in fact, on part 2 of 3 of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare Game of the Year Edition review series. Part 1 we did last Saturday, which was the good. Tonight, part 2, first of all, it's going to be 4 hours long. Right?
Well,
it's going to be 4 hours long. We're going to drink a lot. So it's going to be minimum 4 hours long. We're doing the bad. This is the bad parts of Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And there's a lot to talk about. Because the game, as you can see on your screen, is trash. Right? It's a trash game that's full of garbage, bad, dog shit, everything. Which we will, of course, get into. By the way, Tanner, I think your costume just switched from a PS4 to a PS5 because your field of view just got restored.
Did it?
Yeah. What are
that's fantastic.
I'm seeing some new accessories that I've never seen before. What is that?
Well, what else would I be doing? I have my Xbox controller here because I'm ready to rip kids on Warzone and aim assist them after. Know what I'm even more excited for, though, is to legally aimbot kids on Cold War, right? Because they don't give a fuck about PC players, keyboard and mouse. They don't care. They want the strongest aim assist possible because they're trash. So use code go fuck yourself. There's your G Fuel. Suck me off. Let's try this bitch.
Dude, he actually has G Fuel and he's literally trying it for the first time right now.
Okay, guys. So I'm going to be honest with you
What's
here.
the flavor? What's the flavor? What flavor is it?
Tropical rain. I'm a big fan of anything tropical flavored, right?
Okay.
Right? So it tastes pretty fucking good.
Yikes.
But
Yikes.
like what I read, it is very chalky. Very. I shook this bitch up for a long time, dude.
Interesting.
So if we
now,
yeah, we'll see how tonight goes. We'll see how next week goes. Maybe I'll snort something next Saturday.
yeah,
Do a little line off the mouse pad.
Perhaps. Yeah. Well,
We'll consider it for
You're
sure.
a console user. You don't even know what a mouse pad is. Any Zoomers in the chat? But that is a fantastic costume. I like your attention to detail with the G Fuel. Holy shit, that's funny. Where's the Xbox? Oh, the Xbox controller is behind the shaker. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, for all of you doubting that we were gonna wear costumes, I told you. What I said was, quote, "We are going to have the best costumes of any individual who identifies as male on Twitch TV." And of course, I was correct.
Good to leave the females out because they spend
Oh yeah,
8 hours doing their shit.
that's cool, but also put on a corset and your costume is better than mine, right? So
There you go.
let's be
Hey, wear a normal outfit and it's better.
where yeah. Press start streaming, you know. Anyways.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween. I am very pleased that Halloween fell on this evening when we were doing the bad in our year in review series.
It's a Saturday, it's Halloween, it's the bad. There's 12 days left till Cold War.
Dude, the stars
It couldn't be better.
True. The stars absolutely aligned.
I'm snorting tropical rain G Fuel.
Yeah.
You know, just it couldn't get better. Fuck beer. I only drink G Fuel now.
Well, let's not get crazy. Maybe put some vodka in that thing, dude.
I certainly could, actually.
You certainly could. Maybe after a couple more beers. Happy
Maybe
Halloween.
some monkey shoulder.
Happy Halloween. I hope you guys like our costumes. As I said, this is part 2 of 3. And it's going to be too long. It's going to be too long. So this is going to be a cozy stream tonight. So I need you guys to get cozy. What does that entail? Bathrobe. Dim your lights if you have a light dimmer. If you don't have electricity because you haven't had a job because of the global quarantine, then light an extra candle for tonight's broadcast.
Ooh, good idea.
And get cozy, dude. Snacks, whatever. This is going to be a long one, so strap the fuck in, dude. Strap the fuck in.
You know, just gonna say, maybe if you and your girl are, you know, starting to lay down, enjoy a Halloween evening, watch a movie together. Hey, turn it the fuck off and tune in here, right?
Correct. Absolutely
Cocksuckers.
correct. Yeah. Nothing sets the mood more than hearing me scream into my microphone about how shit this game is. So keep that in mind. Welcome to our new patrons, Dean Gibson. Oh, sorry, get doxed. Jacob. Yeah, 82 CLT, change it. Jimmy P. And Alex H. Much love. Patreon.com/the Dropshot. 4 bonus episodes per month, of course. And access to the entire catalog, the entire archive of past episodes, which I think is at 12 or 13 now. So thank you all for signing up. Much appreciated. It means a lot. Also, thank you, Feno182 for the Primarino, Anchorman for the 100 offline biddies, Mr. Logitech Median, change it still, for the Gifty Boy, and SP Farms for the 500 biddies. Let's go. Thank you, boys. Much
Jeez,
love.
that mic arm.
I appreciate it. Tanner, any announcements on your end?
I just want to say one thing. Jake just gave us some gas in the chat, and it is something we forgot last week, by the way.
Okay. What?
The best part of Modern Warfare is the Dropshot of Call of Duty podcast.
True. Thank you, Jake. It's very kind of you. True. I should have included that. There was another thing we forgot to mention too, which we will get into.
We'll get to it.
It's pretty brief. So thanks, Jake. So Tanner, any announcements? And if not, do highlight it here.
Yes, Anchorman, thank you for the 100 offline biddies. Appreciate that, brother. Besides that, so part 3 next week. Next Saturday, I am going to stream the podcast. So that's going to be our final episode. Indeed, Air Hornet. It'll be part 3. The final Saturday episode of Modern Warfare. The final episode I'll be in until Cold War, actually, because I won't be here the next Wednesday. I'll be camping. So that is my last Modern Warfare episode we're going to do. So I'm going to stream it on my channel. It should be fucking fun. Do you think that one's going to be longer than this one is going to be?
1,000%.
Okay. So this one's going to go till 6 a.m. That one's going to go until noon on Sunday.
It's going to be a 24-hour stream with no breaks.
It's going to be a, yeah.
There's a lot to talk about on part 3.
Special guests, Joe Seacott and Ashton Williams were nice enough to come on for that one.
Enemies of the pod, Joe Seacott, Joe Apricot, and Ashton Williams, which we will get into.
But yeah, so I'm going to be streaming it like Raz always says. He always tells me to stream it. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it for the last one. Go out on a little bang. Because as we move onto Cold War, we may start doing that like, I don't know, every other week rotate or something. We need to figure it out still. But so this is going to be the little test run. Jesus, Big Rig.
Big Rig, thank you for the gifted sub to Joe Apricot, dude. Let's go. Is that the real Joe Apricot? I'm gonna have to look into that. No, it was created this year. Yeah. Damn, too bad. Well, anyway, thanks, Big.
But yeah, twitch.tv/Tanner Dropshot next Saturday.
Yes.
6:30, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The only time zone that matters, of course.
So here's what's gonna happen, right? You guys are gonna listen to this podcast, and you're gonna be enraptured. You're gonna have a religious experience at how fucking insanely good this episode was. Because this will have been the best episode to date once we're done recording this. 100%. I mean, such a fucking banger, right? And then what you're going to have to do is brace yourself, because next week, part 3 of 3, The Ugly, will be the magnum opus of this entire podcast. Not only the 3-part series, but all 79 episodes up to that time, that will be the best one ever. Of all 79, it will be one of 79. It is going to be the best podcast episode we've ever done. Unless, of course, I am, killed by Joe Apricot or Ashton Williams, enemies of the pod. But barring that, it's going to be the best episode we've ever had. So you have to follow twitch.tv/Tanner Dropshot. It will be streamed there, and you do not want to miss it. And we'll get into that a little bit more in a moment. But first, we have some giveaways to do. Oops.
Oh, more?
More giveaways.
More
dude.
giveaways?
More giveaways. So I've got the lists compiled. First of all, I'd like to say thank you all for entering, but also fuck you guys, right? Because there were too many people. I had to go through too many messages and copy and paste shit into lists like an asshole, like a secretarial asshole. And it took way too long, and I'm never doing it again in this way. We're going to do giveaways, relax, but this was too much. So nonetheless, thank you all for entering. And we're going to start with our Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War Ultimate Edition plus COD points giveaway. A 150 United States dollar value.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, indeed. This was sponsored by the incredibly generous Mr. Pritch2346. By the way, who is cheered 1,500 biddies. Let's go. Jesus. In addition to those 1,500 very generous bits, we thank you, Pritch. He has also, of course, sponsored this giveaway. The conditions to enter were sub to the YouTube. I've compiled the applicants, and we will be drawing our winner now. So Pritch2346 on Twitch and JPritch5 on Twitter. Go give him a follow. Show him some love. 150 United States dollars is a lot of money to piss away on this program. So we appreciate you, Pritch, and let's fucking draw it. So as you guys know, we're going to be using the same website that we've always used, of course, which is Random Name Picker, miniwebtool.com/random name picker. And I have my list of applicants here. And this is the YouTube giveaway. So copy and paste. This is, by the way, a total of 145 people entered.
Damn. Pretty good.
145 people. So
we need to get a drum roll sound, by the way.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Well, we can do that. I'll
Here
do
it is.
I'll do it. No.
Let's just record that. Okay.
Let's record that. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Eat my ass.
All right, we have one. We have one.
I
ready.
hope Eat My Ass wins, actually.
Okay, so we're gonna do this drawing here. I'm gonna pick a random name, and then the winner will get 150 United States dollars. So you can buy Ultimate Edition, $60 of COD points, $150 of crack cocaine for you to freebase.
G Fuel. Use code the Dropshot.
G Fuel. Use code the Dropshot for 0% off your purchase. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But thanks again, Pritch. Without further ado, drum roll, please. Don't do it, Tanner, because I have the sound effect now, because that was a good idea.
Fuck, man.
Wait. Actually, I'm going to do it over here, because it'll sound better. Hold on. Hold on, bitch. Hold on, bitch. It's going to look scuffed on the thing for a second. Okay, there we go.
That's scuffed as hell, yeah.
The winner is PBear90 on Twitter. Let's go. Play it. Play it.
Let's fucking go,
Let's go.
PBear90.
PBear90. Congratulations, young man, on winning this very thick giveaway, brother. Congratulations. I will DM you on Twitter tomorrow. If you get super impatient, you can DM me first, but it won't matter because I'm sending you the winnings at the exact same time, regardless. So, congrats, P-Bear. And thank you for entering. Thank you for being subbed to the YouTube, youtube.com/Razinon, of course. Real close to monetizing. So go smash the sub button now. Also, we have another giveaway to do.
Another one?
Another one, dude. Call me
Holy
DJ Khaled.
shit.
Call me DJ Khaled.
Let's go, baby.
This is our code word giveaway, sponsored by Aussie Menace on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Aussie Menace, one word. And at Aussie Menace 301 on Twitter. Aussie Menace streams pretty often, actually. Give him a follow. He's a sick cunt. He's a bloody ripper, as he would say.
Well, don't say it in his accent.
Well,
don't
it was the perfect.
degrade him. Don't degrade Australians with that, right? We have a lot of Australian listeners, and you just degraded them with that.
Australians are prison colony residents, so they can't be degraded further than they already are, because they're trash people, right?
Oh my God. I just had the best idea ever.
Okay. Well, that was a
Next
joke, by the way.
Damascus Hangout, all of the Australian patrons that are there have to do American impressions for us so we can hear them. Right? Because we always do it of them, but I want to hear them do it for an American.
Okay. So, kidding. Yeah, I guess that sounds fine. Whatever.
Come on, nobody ever does it of us.
Yeah, I would like to hear it. I'm into it. So, by the way, that was a joke. You are prison colony residents, but you have intrinsic value as human beings. Anyways, thank you, Aussie, for sponsoring this giveaway of Black Ops Cold War Ultimate Edition. Once again, Aussie Menace on Twitch. And here we go. So now I need to get my different list here. So let me show you.
So many lists you have.
It's a lot of lists, and it makes me fucking mauled, so let's be super clear about that. This one's even more people that entered, by the way. 186 people on this one. So here's my list. 186 people who entered. Good luck to all participants. And if you will allow me, drum roll, please. Rags on Discord. Congratulations, Rags on Discord. You have won another what's it called? Copy. Black Ops Cold War Ultimate Edition. I will DM you tomorrow. Congratulations, brother. Once again, Aussie Menace. Thank you for sponsoring this one, brother. Much appreciated. It means a lot. And I think that is it.
Are you... Oh, wait. Are you sure?
You know what?
See something else here.
Tonight's kind of a special day, right? It's kind of a special day. So here's what we're going to fucking do, because I'm feeling festive, bitch. And instead of giving you guys Halloween candy, which I, of course, would have drugged, right? I would have drugged it. That's so dumb that people say that. Why would I waste? Doesn't matter. Instead of that, this one, sponsored by Young Evan, aka Read a Book, has given us some funds, and he suggested we give away some merchandise, dude.
Ooh.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this bitch back, and whoever wins, they can tell me a piece of merch they want, and I'm going to send it to them. A piece of Dropshot merch, dude. And we have a ton of merch, by the way. ! Shop in the chat. Right? Shop in the chat. So we're going to do that. So we're going to run this back. Here we go. And we're going to use the codename list again, because these are people who obviously actually listen to the podcast. So run this back, picking a random name. Spicy Genesis on Instagram. Let's go, dude. Spicy Genesis. Congratulations, dude or dudette. Don't know. Also change it. I'll DM you tomorrow for the details. I'll just ask you what kind of merch you want, and I will send it your way. Sorry you didn't win the game, but instead you'll get some free merch from the hottest up-and-coming podcast in gaming, which is a nice consolation prize. So, and we're going to do this one more time, and then we'll move on. So one more merch giveaway here. I'm going to pick another one, as they say.
Well, okay. Let's not do that.
Okay. Well,
if this were 2 years ago, I would say that's okay, but no, it's not.
I'll keep that in mind for sure. So here we go. Another merch winner, Sosa on Discord. Let's go. Sosa, congratulations, dude. I will also DM you tomorrow. I might be too hungover. I might be DMing everyone Monday, honestly. We'll figure it out soon. I'll DM you soon. And then I'll ask you what kind of merch you want sent your way. That is once again sponsored by Young Evan, also known as Read a Book 1 on Twitch, who I think is going to start streaming soon. So give him a follow. Very generous, sir, and I appreciate it. So thank you, Evan. Much love, dude. Read a Book 1 on Twitch, which is, of course, a reference to this program. So we'd love to see that. And now I think that is that. So we're going to do another giveaway in honor of Tanner's first, technically second, but first real podcast stream.
Oh, okay. So Jake wasn't enough for it to be a real podcast stream. Wow. That's fucking crazy.
Correct.
Okay.
Because you didn't have any overlay. You didn't have the high quality.
I had the overlay.
sound
You
bite.
already sent them to me. I had all of that. You're so fucking dumb.
Anyways, whatever. All right. Well, you know what? Hey, let's see fucking veteran podcast host here. Do it. Announce it, bitch.
No, I'm not going to.
No, it's
Announce
highlighted.
it.
Hey,
No.
you're up
We
to
can.
bat
Hey,
next week.
we
bitch.
can move. We
You're
can
up
move
to
on to the
bat next
playlist
week, dude.
updates.
No, we absolutely can't, dude.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I'm done.
We will be doing. I'm mauled about this, and I might just DDoS Tanner next week.
Really? That's crazy.
We will be doing another giveaway next week on Tanner's channel for part 3 of this year in review series. And this one is sponsored by our very first ever patron, by the way, Mr. Sal Manila. Very generous. He's been around forever. We love him. We appreciate him. And he wanted to chip in as well. So we will be giving away a Black Ops Cold War Ultimate Edition copy next week. Now, this one's different. How do I win? Great question. You have to be there live. You have to be there live. So we are going to pull from viewers in Tanner's channel, and there's a Streamlabs bot where you pick someone and then it whatever, it wins. You say pick a viewer and it'll do that. So that's what we'll be doing. So you have to be here live. We'll do the drawing around 7:10 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday the 7th.
Oh, so we're going to do it at the start, like in the announcements.
Same time we did this now.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be like a random thing, like a random time. Okay.
No. Well, maybe.
No. I like your idea better, actually, doing it at the beginning.
Okay.
Don't talk into your cup again like that, though, right?
So to win, you have to be there live and following the stream. Because we're going to set up the bot to disqualify you if you're not following. And also, you're going to get bonus points for being subbed. Slobs has that option. So hashtag get scammed. And you will be more likely to win if you're subbed to Tanner on Twitch. So twitch.tv/Tanner Dropshot. Be there live. Good luck. Because we'll be giving away a game. So keep that in mind. Okay, I think that is it. Tanner, any announcements from you?
No, I'm good, dude.
Okay, so thank you all for bearing with us for those announcements. And now, of course, if you were listening for the jingle, here it is. All right. So real quick, Sliv, thank you for the 5 gifty boys. And I think that is all that I missed. So Sliv, thank you, brother. Let's go. Slivovitz 91, he's been here forever as well. I appreciate you. Oh, this is what it is. And Jake Down, the PC prodigy who was featured recently on this program. Jake Down, twitch.tv/Jake Down with the 20 United States dollars. Let's go, dude. And Young Evan with the 4 gifty boys. Let's go. Jesus, boys. Feeling very festive. All of you. Much appreciated, dude. Sliv, Jake, Evan. Much love, brothers. We have almost recuperated the cost of this trash costume. It's literally trash. So
It's actually fucking trash.
So,
It's the trashiest costume I've ever
the
seen.
worst costume that's ever been made. But thank you, boys. Much love, much appreciation. I'm very grateful. And now let's move on. So first, before we get to the topic of today's episode, one playlist update very quickly. Nothing really to say here other than Shoot the Ship is back. This is a good way to send off this dog shit game, which we're going to get into. Dog shit game. We're going to get into it. But there's only 12 days, 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 28 seconds left of MW 2019 Game of the Year edition. So they just added Shoot the Ship. That'll probably be in the game until Cold War comes out. So at least we can play a decent playlist to just ride this bitch into the sunset and then torpedo the ship we're on and then laugh as it burns.
It'll probably be in the game forever, actually.
You think so?
Now, I don't think they'll ever take it out again. It'll probably be like a Nuketown 24/7 like BO4 has on PC now.
Interesting, yeah.
Because it's so dead. I bet it'll be like that, by the way. So, hey, if you're listening to this episode in 2023, right, and you're going back to play Modern Warfare on Xbox, PS4, PC, whatever, let us know if they're Shoot the Ship. DM us. Let us know.
Yeah. Okay. Imagine in 2023, we just get a Twitter DM like, hey, by the way, remember 2 years ago or whatever? It's funny. Anyways, yeah. Okay, that's that. And now, on to the topic of today's episode, almost. So, as Tanner said last week, which was a good thing to say, which is a correct thing to say, he basically said, look, we're covering the good, but there's some shit we're just going to forget. So number one, I'd like to say that's also true of this episode and next week's episode. I tried to write down everything that's bad about this game, but come on, man. Who do you think I am, right? Who do you think I am, dude? This is not the Library of Congress. I don't have the capacity to enumerate all of the dog shit things that are bad with this game. So we did our best. There's a lot of shit here. Once again, 4-hour episode, right? There's a lot of shit here, but we're probably going to forget some things. So forgive us. Number one. Number two, one of those things that we forgot in the good, actually, a good thing that we forgot to include was gunfight. I liked gunfight.
Well,
okay. Well, I liked gunfight. I thought it was a very cool game mode. I liked the symmetrical maps. I liked the identical loadouts. I liked the concept behind it. I enjoyed gunfight.
so you liked Hill. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so say that. So you didn't like the maps.
I liked most gunfight maps. Hill was dog shit. What else was dog shit? There was one or two more. Gulag Showers was dog shit. I think that's it. I think all the other maps were fine. Yeah. So, I mean, by and large, gunfight was pretty good. Did you not think gunfight was good?
Gunfight was good. It was fun. Well, we'll get into the reason why I didn't like it later, because I know these were in the notes.
Okay.
Well, I liked it. It was a good idea. Did I just delete something? I just deleted something.
Press Control Z.
There we go. It was a good idea. Some things just should have been changed slightly, and we'll get into that in probably 20 to 30 minutes. But gunfight overall was fun. It was a great idea. It's something we haven't really seen before.
Cargo is also dog shit. I don't think I ever played
Atrium was dog shit, yeah.
Yeah. And then also, did we mention the campaign in the good?
No, because we're not single player Andes.
Yeah, true.
What do you call it? What do you always say about?
Yeah, single player Andy. Campaign Andy. You
campaign
say Andy.
Andes, yeah.
Yeah, Andy, yeah.
Campaign Andes, yeah, whatever.
Shout out to TV.
It was a fun campaign, though, yeah. I mean, I played it. I beat it, of course. I beat it on the highest difficulty the first run through without dying once. But yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked campaign, too. I thought it was well done. Like you said, it was kind of short, but I feel like all like Call of Duty FPS kind of campaigns are pretty short.
Well,
Like Halo was short too, wasn't it? Like Halo 3, H3.
Halo was longer than Call of Duty for sure. They need to be short though, because it's like nobody wants to play a Call of Duty campaign for 60 hours, right? This isn't Red Dead Redemption 2. That would get boring. Just first-person shooter, just gunning people down for X amount of hours. I think the campaign is the perfect length.
Good
It's
point.
not too long. It's not too short. They tell the storyline and it's done, you know?
That's a super good point. Is like they're necessarily repetitive. Like an FPS like campaign, it's like, oh, you shoot bad guys. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't like level up or anything.
Oh, so yeah, shoot bad guys here. Let's go into this level and shoot bad guys here. And this one will snipe bad guys here, you know?
Yeah. So anyway, with that said, as far as an FPS goes, I liked the campaign. I thought it was pretty good. But,
Okay.
you know, not a huge deal. So whatever. Anyways, gunfight was the main thing I wanted to include. I liked gunfight. I thought it was very cool. I thought it was a good thing for the game to have. I think it's a cool idea that was executed pretty fucking well, I would say.
I'm going to pee before we really get into it.
Okay. Except for the dog shit maps. So I think that is all. Tanner will remind me when he's back if there's any other good thing that we perhaps forgot. I suspect there isn't. So I just wanted to throw that caveat in there. Gunfight should have been last week, but it wasn't like super good, so it's not a big deal. So anyways, now we're moving on to part 2 of 3 in our Call of Duty Modern Warfare Year in Review series. Part 1 entitled The Good, Part 2 The Bad, which is this evening, and Part 3 will be The Ugly. So you might be wondering, what's the difference between bad and ugly? Basically, you'll see, but roughly speaking, bad are like things that were either poorly implemented because they were like buggy or some shit, or bad design choices. So like things that they chose to do that they probably shouldn't have chosen to do. The ugly is going to be things that are catastrophic. Like the type of thing that is inconceivable that a AAA development team and publisher such as Activision and Infinity Ward, who gross $3 million per day in microtransactions, have no business ever fumbling this hard. So you can think of the ugly as like super bad, like the worst, right? But that's basically the distinction. And that's going to make more sense when we do next week's episode, The Ugly. Because we're going to bring up things where it's like, oh, it's insane that this even is a problem.
Yeah.
Let alone the degree to which it's a problem in this game. So it'll make more sense next week. But that is roughly the difference. So now, once again, we will be continuing this schema. We're going to start with our list from least bad, and we're going to end with most bad. So we have ordered these roughly from least bad to most bad, in our opinions. So it's going to kind of start with some kind of minor things that are bad, and then it's going to quickly ramp up to things that are real fucking bad. Real fucking bad, by the way. And it's going to cap off even tonight with something very bad, because this game is trash, hence my Halloween costume. So, without further ado, let's fucking jump into it, dude. The moment you've all been waiting for. Number 1. The store, the Call of Duty store, where you buy bundles and shit, was kind of trash. It was kind of trash. Now, I've written a couple points here. Number 1, stickers, sprays, and gestures were just always filler in these bundles that no one cared about. Nor should they care about. I've never used a spray once. I've never gestured once. I
have sprays disabled, actually.
Yeah, okay, right, yeah. I don't know how to gesture in this game, yet they're in every bundle. And then the stickers, not only are there too many stickers, but most of them are very bad. So I actually don't mind stickers being in bundles because some of the stickers are pretty cool. And it's cool because you can put them on your gun. So like the stickers in and of themselves are not like, shouldn't necessarily be excluded. It's just that 95% of the stickers in this game were shit, especially from these fucking bundles. Also, Tanner brought this up, which was a great point. You can't just buy the thing you fucking want. You're forced to buy the whole ass bundle with 8 things in it because it's 7 gestures, 6 sprays, and then a weapon blueprint that you want. So I wish we could have just bought only the weapon. And then you could have maybe saved money by buying the bundle, assuming there were some things in the bundle that you liked where that would be more cost effective than buying the 4 individual items separately. They could discount the price of a bundle and they would have made more money, by the way, doing this. I guarantee it, which Tanner will get more into. And then lastly, all the blueprints are shit. Not aesthetically, although a lot of them also aesthetically, but the attachment selection. It'll be like, here's the Odin God King barrel. That was an appropriate reference, by the way, because Odin is in fact a king in the Roman pantheon. Read a book.
Okay.
But like the attachments for the Odin God King blueprint will be like short barrel, 1 milliwatt laser, 30 round mag, rubberized grip tape, Colossus suppressor, and like no stock, which isn't on the Odin, but still. It'll just be this like terrible fucking setup that no one wants. It's not a good blueprint setup. I don't think there was a single blueprint in this game where I didn't change an attachment. And in fact, most of them, I changed all of the attachments. I think there was 1 or 2 attachments where like 4 out of 5 were correct. I think one of them was on the Growl, maybe the purple tracer pack. But besides that, all the blueprints are just terrible. So those are my thoughts. What do you think about the store, Tanner?
The store pisses me off so much. This was another one of those things where I've talked about this a lot on the pod and on my stream. I was looking forward to the store a lot on this game. I thought it was going to be fucking killer. With everything being, you know, modern warfare, right? I was expecting very cool blueprints. I don't know what I was expecting, but I didn't like any of it. As you said, my biggest thing was that the blueprints are dog shit. Their attachments suck. I should be able to just buy camos that I like if they're cool, or a type of look to the gun, and be able to change the attachments and that change with it. I understand that's a lot of work, but like somebody just said in chat, I don't remember who it was, but he said $20 for an OP skin on a $60 for an operator skin on a $60 game is wild. And it's true. There were a ton of kits that were $20 and you guys were buying them for some reason. I think in this entire game, I bought 4 bundles, maybe at the most. I just bought a Halloween bundle. That was probably the first one I bought in, I don't know, fucking months.
And I remember you telling me you would have spent more money in the shop this year.
My God,
if you could
so
have
much
bought
more.
items individually for cheaper, but it would have added up to way more spent over the year, correct?
Yeah, that's what the idea would have been for me. But at the same time, since they make all the attachments so shitty for the blueprints, I'm like, maybe I wouldn't have even liked them. Maybe I wouldn't have bought them.
But what about
But
for
if
like
they
a
had
watch
done that
and
correctly,
stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's true. There were some really dope watches actually. I bought that nuclear calling card or that nuclear watch. That was a dope one.
Yeah. Mm.
That was one of like the 4 kits or the bundles I bought. But yeah, they just made so much money this year. I can't see them changing it. Because like you said, they probably could have made more money if they had them individually. But I'm pretty sure Activision doesn't think that way. It's like the same way they think with, skill-based matchmaking. They're fucking dumb.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think we're just stuck with it. It's probably going to be the same way in Cold War, unfortunately. And that's what I'm not excited about.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. So, Yeah, this is a point you had written down, which I don't think, I'm not sure I would have ever thought of it, but I think you brought it up earlier too, and it's a good point. That's why it's at the front of our list, because we don't, at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. We're not fucking cosmetic, almost said it, but it's still, you know, a massive missed opportunity on their end. So for all the reasons we mentioned. So next here, I wrote this note, Tanner. I'm curious how you feel about this. Far too few gunfight tournaments. Now, gunfight we actually just talked about. It was a game type in this game, the first of its kind in Call of Duty. And they did maybe 4 or 5 gunfight tournaments in the entire year. And the gunfight tournaments were like their own playlist where it would put you and 16 other teams in a bracket. And then if you got first place, you won like a weapon blueprint. If you got like semifinals, then you won less and less and less up until like a sticker. Those were super fun for Tanner and I to do until the loadouts were akimbo Mark IIs. And they were a lot of fun and they were a lot of hype because there were like stakes in each gunfight match. And it was really fun. The rewards were relatively rare. I never see the Royal Decree Deagle skin unless I'm using it, since we won the first gunfight tournament first try.
Yeah, we did, huh? First try. We
like,
won them all first try. Don't say the first one.
Well, that's, yeah, correct. So like, I feel like the gunfight tournaments were really fun. They were really good stream content. And they raised the stakes similar to the way Warzone does when you're like final circle, but not Warzone, which I thought was really cool. I just really liked the gunfight tournaments, and I don't know why there weren't more of them. So,
yeah, they were hyped for sure. For sure.
So what do you think? Do you think there were too few? Do you think this is bad? What are your thoughts?
Oh, of course there were too few. They said at one point in a in one of those dev, I don't know, when Ashton Williams wrote one of her 3 dev like updates this year or something. They said something. They said some shit about like gunfight tournaments will be happening often. Like, it's almost like they said there would be more than one a month, or they at the very least said monthly there'd be a new tournament. Hey, there hasn't been.
That's, yeah, the fakest news, which we will get
There
into.
hasn't been. So gunfight tournament, it's a great idea. They're very fun. People love to watch it. We would always get, or I was streaming it, so I would get a bunch of randoms come in that just saw that we were playing the tournament. Like they would search that. We would reliably
get more views from the tournament than anything else.
Yeah, so people really liked watching that. So that was kind of exciting. It got super hype. But at the same time, when you were losing in a gunfight tournament, it was like more frustrating than doing bad in Warzone.
Yeah,
actually.
When we saw other people losing the gunfight tournament, because we of course never did.
Because we don't lose. Yeah, we've never lost it once.
We would notice that they're very frustrated, and that's unfortunate. But
you know, did we even lose a single round? Like, I think we 6-0'd everybody, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, we never even lost a round, so we don't know what it's like to lose. So
in fact, I don't think we ever even took damage.
I think one time I did because I like fell off from a high building. I took like 20 damage or something.
Oh.
But yeah, other than that, you're right. Yeah, we never even got shot. We won every gunfight tournament first round.
Yeah.
First playthrough, we never even got shot.
True.
But yeah, huge missed opportunity there. It would have been the most simple fucking thing too. Because it's like, okay, they have the tournament set up, right? The gunfight tournament is in the fucking game.
Right.
All they have to do is come up with a few dumb fucking weapon blueprints that nobody cares about, but they want to win for some reason, like us, even though we'll never use them.
Correct.
Except for Royal Decree. That's the one I still use.
Yeah.
And the MP7, was it Riptide, I think?
Riptide, dude. Riptide. Shout out to Riptide. Yeah.
MP7 Riptide. That was a pretty dope one, too.
That one, I still use that, yeah.
Just a massively missed opportunity. There should have been a new gunfight tournament every 2 weeks, and they should have rotated, you know, what the first place team got. They should have
switch some things up. I don't know. I mean, they could have even done shit like if you win the gunfight tournament, you get 500 COD points or something. It's like, dude, you're making so much money. Give us something, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That would have been interesting to switch it up rather than just game XP. They could have done something like that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like they maybe even could have done something like a larger tournament, like once a month, that fell on, you know, say one weekend, and instead of the normal it was 16 teams, right?
Yeah.
They could have done like a 32 team, a 64 team tournament, something really interesting to bring in a lot of players, a lot of hype. But I don't know, just lots of missed opportunities there.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
Absolutely.
So yeah, gunfight tournaments were a great idea, but just another thing that was implemented poorly by Infinity Ward.
Just fumbled. Yeah, they should have just done so many more. Like, that's pretty much my only complaint here. They were fine. They just didn't do them enough.
My only thing is that if there was a tournament like constantly, then they would lose their value. It's almost like they had to do more of them more often, but for a shorter amount of time. So they would have been like, this weekend, Friday to Sunday, gunfight tournament. Here's the prize. Then like 2 weekends later, this is this weekend's gunfight tournament, rather than running the same tournament for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then switching it, you know?
Yeah.
You need to have something with a shorter time frame, I think, to draw in more hype.
That might be true, but the reason I think that might not be the case is because, like, the only way to get the Royal Decree weapon blueprint was to get first place in the first gunfight tournament, and if you missed it, you're never getting that blueprint.
Yeah.
That's how all the blueprints were. That's what made them so fucking cool. So, yeah, maybe they should have done it the way you're saying. But regardless, the fact that they were just unique blueprints, you could only get one way, bitch. Win that specific tournament. And if you can't win, get shit on. If you are fucking whatever, if your internet's out, get shit on. Like, that's the only way to get it. That's so cool. And it's so unique. And yeah, there just weren't enough of them.
Yep.
So, anyways, let's move on. So, yeah. Okay. Now we're getting a little more serious. Not the end of the world yet. We'll get there. Hey.
We'll certainly get there.
We'll fucking get there. But we're not there yet. So, this one is, I don't know if you got a chance to look over my sub notes here. In general. Okay. So, some overpowered weapons / weapon balance in general. Now, I know last week we talked about how overall weapon balance was pretty fucking good in this game.
Yes.
We still think that. We didn't change our mind in 7 days. But with that said, the weapon balance could have been a fuck of a lot better. Here are some examples. Number 1.
Still better than a lot of games, though, I'll say that.
Yeah, for sure. That's why this is so high on the list, because it's not that bad. The weapon balance could have been either 0.3 or 0.33, depending on how bad it was in the particular game. In this case, it's pretty early on in this list, because it just wasn't that bad. But there were some standout examples. Number 1... Actually, let me change my fucking number 1. Number 1, the 725 in beta and at launch was way too strong.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, it's actually insane that was even that made it past beta. It's fucking wild. And that took, by the way, quite a while to get nerfed. It took like 6 to 8 weeks to get to the state that it's in now, if not longer, actually. It was quite a while, because there were a couple nerfs to the 725. It wasn't just one.
Yeah, there were.
So the 725 was... And the reason that that's bad is because shotguns don't take skill. So if a shotgun is OP, you have a real problem. Because you have some OP killing machine that you don't have to be good... You don't have to have thumbs to do well with it. That's a problem. So 725, disaster. Took too long. Change it. Okay. What is this next one here, Tanner?
I just added this in because I thought about it with the 725. The Claymore was probably the most overpowered thing in this game for a solid What'd you say? 1 month? Month and a half?
That was
At launch?
shorter than the 725, so I would say roughly a month, probably.
Okay, roughly a month.
Yeah.
Claymores killed you in one hit with one Claymore. I'm pretty sure even if you had EOD on. I think. Maybe they didn't. Maybe not with EOD. But Claymores were way too strong at launch for weeks, and that's all anybody ran. That made for a horrible time.
Yes.
Playing this game for that first month, that was another reason why this game fucking blew on launch. The horrible maps, the Claymores, and the 725s. I think those are the three biggest issues outside of like the mini map and those core values that really destroyed the launch of this game. That could have easily been fixed if they had done any sort of testing prior to launching the fucking game.
Absolutely true. Yeah. Yeah. And then another thing was the Tanner's favorite weapon, his most used weapon to this day, the M4.
Still is. I checked, I think last week after we talked about it.
This is probably the worst example because it was insanely OP. Like, it was way better than everything else. And it was also that way for the longest. To this day, the M4 was OP for the greatest duration of time, other than every other weapon this game has ever seen. The M4 was the most OP for the longest amount of time period. And this happened to be at launch. But that was literally 3 months of just insanity. Like, what are we doing here? We would always complain. Back then, it was too early to bitch about Damascus players. So it was always, this line would come out of my mouth every evening. Quote, "Oh, another gold M4." End quote.
Yeah.
Every time you see a gold M4, you just start malding. Because those were the sweat lords that were abusing the most overpowered weapon in the game, and it took way too long to get nerfed. This actually might be worse. The MP5. Tanner's dumb, right? He's dumb.
Am I?
He's wearing the uniform of a dumb person this evening who thinks that the MP5 is not overpowered, which is fucking insane to me because the MP5 is absolutely overpowered to this day.
Of course it is.
It's been nerfed many times, but not enough. Change it. The time to kill plus the insane movement speed plus mainly the ADS time are way too strong, and all of those things combined make the MP5 just disgusting. And it's overpowered. It was more overpowered in the past. It's been nerfed, but it's never not been overpowered because even after its latest nerf, it's still way too good. And it's just way better than every other SMG. And it's actually quite obvious. Use any other SMG and then switch to an MP5 in the middle of your match. I guarantee you, you're going to be like, oh, why was I not using this the whole time? Because it's just better. It's just better. It's too good. And it has the integrated barrel attachment too, which is an added layer of insanity. It's a disgusting, overpowered weapon that's never been nerfed, and that's a real problem. Because you can't use another SMG if you're trying to sweat your ass off, which you have to do in every match because of skill-based matchmaking, which we will get into. Go ahead.
I don't know. I hopped into the Damascus hangout last night and used the Bison and went 27-5 or some shit.
That's
joining the
news.
Joining the game late.
27-5 is absolutely fake news.
I did. Okay. Any patrons in the chat that could back me up on that?
We'll check the logs.
You cocksucker.
Yeah.
You're so dumb. Anyways. Yeah, you can move on. I'll get to my thoughts at the end.
Okay. Well, no, because next one's a little different. So we'll stop here briefly. Any thoughts on the M4/MP5? Do you honestly not think the MP5 is not overpowered?
It's overpowered, for sure. I feel like the M4 was more overpowered, though.
Yeah, that's true. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. The M4 was so insane.
I don't know. The MP5 is overpowered. You didn't hear a ton of like the CDL kiddies complaining about it, though, honestly. They did have that, the 10mm nerf. When was that? A few months ago?
That was That was 2 or 3 months ago. Yeah, that was a while
They
ago.
nerfed 10mm pretty hard. Oh, you know what? It was like before the COD champs, and the kids were all pissed. They're like, really? Why do you nerf this right before fucking champs?
Yeah, true. Which we will get into, but go on.
But anyways, yeah, MP5 is definitely overpowered. That is, like the ARs, there's a lot of them that are fairly close in terms of, how good they are. When it comes to the MP5, though, it's far and away the best SMG at, close to medium range. Now, when it goes out to like further ranges, long range, the MP7 is king for sure.
True.
But MP7 versus an MP5 up close, and any other weapon for that matter, the MP5 is going to kill you every time.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, 10mm is good. The 9mm rounds are really fucking good too. It's that's a gun that's, yeah, it's been an OP since the game came out, and they've never done anything to fix it.
Yeah.
Or they've tried and it hasn't done anything, right?
Yes. Correct.
I don't know. I don't get it.
The problem is they just...
It's not like game breaking overpowered though.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why this is so high. That's why this is so early on the list, is because yeah, it's OP, but it's not like launch day M4. Like that would be a real fucking problem. But the MP5's OP, but yeah, like you said, it's not game breaking. So I'm not mad like that mad about it, but definitely change it. And then on to Warzone. The Grau and the Bruin Warzone metas were kind of trash. In my view. More so the Bruin meta, because I think the Bruin pre-nerf was more OP than the Grau pre-nerf. And in fact, I think one of the big reasons the Grau was so good in Warzone was because its iron sights are really tasty, so people didn't feel like they had to use a sight on it.
Exactly.
And they would still have insane visibility. But it wasn't some like damage range value that made the Grau like really insane. The Grau did have great damage range and all that. That's not what I'm saying. But the Bruins was way more OP than the Grau was, in my opinion. And those were OP for quite a while, and those were meta for quite a while. And it did get tedious. Because like now, in Warzone, I guess I would say the Kilo is the meta, but a lot of people disagree with that. And what that means is weapon balance is pretty fucking good in Warzone right now, as far as primaries go, which we will get into. Some people say Kilo, some people say Ram. So weapon balance is a lot better. It was not this good when pre-nerf Grau and pre-nerf Bruin. And those took a little too long to fix. And then
I agree.
Shotguns are too good in multiplayer and in Warzone. Now, of course, if you guys have listened to this program before, shotguns shouldn't be in first-person shooter games at all because they're not fun and they don't take skill to use. And it's not fun and exciting to turn a corner and get one framed by some dickhead who hip fires you to death when you're trying to actually, like, I don't know, aim your gun. Not fun. Not fun. And shotguns, especially in Warzone, are real cancer, particularly when they add attachments such as Dragon's Breath rounds to an R9, which already has like a 30-meter fucking range. So you just shit on people. Oh, nice armor, shit stain. Take some fire rounds from 30 meters away, and you're going to get 4 tapped. Like, it's really dumb. Which is to say nothing, by the way, about the fun and exciting Origin meta, which we were subjected to. That was fun and exciting, dude. Right? The 25-round drum mag, ground loot, one-tap me with full armor at 6 meters, hip fire headshot, by the way, which we will get into. Origin meta was not fun and exciting. It was dog shit. Because this game is trash. Hence my Halloween costume. But The shotguns in general have always been a problem, especially in this game and especially in Warzone, in my opinion. And then lastly, some weapons, on the other hand, are shit. The Bison was never good, which is
you are fake news.
You don't think the Bison's good? You think the Bison is good, rather?
It's good enough.
Okay, let's hold on. The FAMAS.
I think it's fun to use.
I also think it's fun to use. That's why I put it on the list, because it's a travesty.
Okay.
I love the Bison. It's like my favorite SMG, maybe behind the MP7, because you can put a fucking 84 round hexagonal mag or whatever the fuck it's called.
Well, you don't need 84 rounds. You're an idiot, but yeah.
It's fun,
I don't
though.
use that attachment. You
It's
don't need
fun,
it, though.
though.
The fire
Of course
rate's
you
not
don't
high
need it.
enough to need that.
Oh, I don't
It's a
need
waste of an
attachments.
attachment.
Hey,
Okay.
I don't need any attachments, but I use them.
You are fake news.
But I use them. But no, like the Bison has never been good, although I love that gun. The FAMAS is perhaps the best example of a gun that just never got its due. The FAMAS was never good in any configuration for any game mode at any time ever in this game. There was never a time where the FAMAS would do well. Didn't exist. It didn't exist. In fact, I remember when this game launched, Nate Gibson was like leveling up his FAMAS, and he was like, yeah, I have to use stopping power as my field upgrade. Ooh. Because otherwise it's not a one tap and it makes the weapon like utter dog shit. So Tanner, what are your thoughts?
Okay, where do we leave off? The Growl and the Bruin.
Yeah.
I thought the Growl meta was the best meta we had, actually. That and the Kilo one we have now. Because, like, the Growl was really good. The Kilo is really good now, but I still thought there were viable options. So, if you thought, any of you listening, if you thought the Growl meta was worse than Bruin, you are fucking bugging.
Agree.
Absolutely. I had no issue with the Growl meta at all. I swear to God, it wasn't until like Infinity Ward came out with a patch update to it. Everyone was like, oh, finally, the Growl has been so overpowered. I'm like, you didn't fucking say that 2 weeks ago. Nobody's been saying that. What the hell? That one was just weird to me. I don't know. It was the best AR probably, but it wasn't the Growl. I mean, it wasn't the Bruin, that's for sure. Yeah, shotgun's pretty simple. They should be removed from the game entirely. They don't belong in first-person shooters. Kill yourself in game if you use the shotguns. Seriously, they're dog shit. Especially if you're good and you're using a shotgun. Like if you're garbage and you're just running around, you're a 0.3 KD player. Then okay, whatever. Use a shotgun, right? But if you're a good player that can actually be good with other weapons and you're using that.
Which reminds me, do you remember when we were playing off stream against twitch.tv/Seritron, friend of the pod?
I sure did. Actual friend of the pod, yeah.
Actual friend of the pod, who is also playing off stream, and he was using a Model 680 on shipment. How was that experience for us? Was it fun and exciting?
I didn't think the Model 680 was that overpowered compared to like the 725 or some shit until I played against him. I was like, I'm dying across the map with this. I don't know what's going on.
He's disgusting.
I couldn't round a corner without being dead when I was 4 inches around the corner, and I didn't even have time to react because he was shitting on us. And that was a prime example of a really good player using a shotgun. He was using it to get a obsidian, I remember. That's what he was working on.
We, of course, give Syrian, friend of the pod, a pass. He can do whatever.
Oh, of course. He can, yeah.
He can DDoS this broadcast right now, and I'll donate 100 United States dollars to him. We stand Syrian here. So.
I mean, he can murder somebody live on camera, and I would, say free him. He's a good guy. Free him.
Picket the county jail.
Hashtag free Syrian.
Yeah, free Syrian, friend of the pod.
Exactly.
Of course.
And then lastly, the Bison, FAMAS, etc. Yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Every game is going to have dog shit weapons. Even the Bison, like we were saying, though. There are games where there's guns that are so bad you don't ever want to use them. They're just unusable. But the Bison was a bad gun, but it was super fun.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
It was up there. That and the P90 were both very, very fun to use, even though they weren't the best weapons. It's just hard to use guns like that with skill-based matchmaking. It wouldn't be as big of an issue if skill-based matchmaking wasn't so strict. But the fact that it is and everyone in our lobby is using a Damascus MP5, then we don't, we're not going to win most of the time against that.
we kind of have to use the same thing they're using.
Right.
Which
we will
And
get
yeah,
into.
weapons like the FAMAS, yeah, they were garbage. Too much recoil, I think, was the biggest issue. It was pretty good up close where you thought it should have been good at range. It's like
I think the refire rate was the biggest issue for the
the refire rate was garbage and it had too much recoil.
That's
it's like
kind of true too. Yeah, I think I agree.
They had it backwards. Like the Swordfish in BO4 was really good at medium to long range. It was fantastic.
Yes.
And that's what we were hoping the FAMAS would be.
That's a good point.
And
because
it was the
Swordfish
opposite.
had no recoil. That's why it was good at long range. So that's a good point. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So the FAMAS is really good up close. But if you're going up against, you know, almost any AR, any other AR, any SMG, you're not going to win that gunfight, no matter how fun it is to use. So that's unfortunate. Burst, if you have a really good burst weapon, it's very fun to use, which I'm excited about the Cold War M16, because in the beta, actually, I thought it was very overpowered. So I'm hoping that gets nerfed in some sense.
Interesting.
But even then, for a burst weapon, I think I would rather have it overpowered than just dog shit and unusable. Because it's still, I mean, you kind of have to have better aim to one burst somebody, right? Than versus like holding down your trigger on a Grau or an MP4 or not an MP4, an M4.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that.
Drunk, by the way. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. So burst weapon's gonna be very fun. And I really wish this game had one because I fucking loved the Swordfish in BO4. We both did.
Yes, dude. The Swordfish was so fucking fun in BO4.
One of the most fun guns to use for sure.
Yeah. Great point on the FAMAS. I agree with you. Yeah. So in summary, the problem here was that, weapon balance was not perfect. But like Tanner said, and like we both said, it was pretty good in this game overall. There are just a couple outliers that were problems that probably shouldn't have existed. That's my point. But by and large, they actually did very well in weapon balance. So that's why that's early on the list. So.
Very surprising for how bad the rest of this game was.
Oh, shocking. Yeah. Hey, listener. We're just getting started, dude. We're just getting started, dude. So let's move on. Next one. This one's, we're getting there. Gunsmith problems. First of all, the little bars, and we've talked about this before.
Oh, yeah.
The little bars that represent like range and accuracy and damage are shit. They're just shit. They're inaccurate, first of all. They are also arbitrarily drawn. I mean, there's no metric by which they increase the bar by X percentage because of Y attachment. That I just refuse to believe that that's true. So it's just random, right? Many of the attachments, their pros and cons list, were incomplete, inaccurate, or misleading. I can't think of any examples right now. Here's one. Merc foregrip. Increased movement speed by like 5%. That was never mentioned anywhere. It was not in your pros list of increased movement speed. It wasn't in your cons of reduced movement speed. It just didn't mention it. But by the way, it was true. This was the case for literally 9 or 10 months in this game. Because it was very recently discovered. By the way, guess who discovered it? Infinity Ward's quality assurance team. Nice fucking joke. Wrong. Exclusive Ace figured it out. He released a YouTube video, and then a week later they finally patch it, and then they reverted the change to the Merc foregrip, or the property that increased movement speed. There are many more examples like that, and in fact, there are probably attachments that have hidden changes that no one knows about to this day. Like,
oh,
that's almost,
100%.
Yeah, that's almost certainly true. Another one is the longer your barrel, the shorter your hip fire spread. That wasn't discovered until 2 months ago. No one said it anywhere at any time ever, and it's not in the Gunsmith, by the way. And again, there are many more examples like this, which is really dumb. Like, it's inexcusably dumb. So that's a yikes. And then this is more Tanner's point, so I'll let him kind of fill us in here, but mixing and matching blueprint attachments leaves some things to be desired. There are oftentimes I'll have 9 blueprints for a Growl, and I'll use a tack laser, and then you go into the Frankensmith and you pick which tack laser you want. They all look exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're talking. Okay, yeah.
So there was no like real distinction between like blueprint attachments for the vast majority of them, and that's a shame. And that, like I said, left some things to be desired. So, Gunsmith, Tanner, your thoughts?
So for the blueprint thing, yeah, let's talk about that first. The Frankensmith, they made it sound like, well, maybe they didn't make it sound that way, but we all assumed it would be something much better than it is. I mean, I was thinking it would change the look of your gun completely. Because like I said, in the beta on PC, you could right click like on your M4 barrel and choose different versions. So like it'd be the same barrel, but it would look differently. So when I heard Frankensmith was coming, hold on. Oh man, I got some beer burps coming up through my system here. I got very excited. So I'm like, oh cool, I'm gonna be able to totally change the look of my weapon, right? So they hyped it, they called it Frankensmith. They're like, oh, this is gonna be big. They launched it, and yeah, first thing I did, I'm like, oh, okay, let's go try one of my loadouts, right? So I put on like the Grau or the M4. I'm like, oh, cool, I have different stippled grip tapes to choose from. So I've got like 3 or 4 of them, yeah?
Well,
Not kidding. You can't tell a fucking difference.
yeah.
So one of them, like the only thing it'll kind of change is like the look. Like one may have a different version of Damascus, and then the other will still be Damascus but look slightly different. I don't know how to explain it. You know, it's like the Damascus pattern on it will be shifted slightly and look differently.
Yeah.
And that's the only fucking change.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, there's lasers or something. One will be like a typical black color, like gun blue as they call it. And then the other will be one shade lighter. And you'll have to like go between the two and like look real close and be like, oh, this is the same attachment, right? It's the same fucking thing. So again, massively missed opportunities by Infinity Ward. Frankensmith, first of all, should have been in the game at launch, and second of all, should have been way better than it is. I mean, I loved using the Grenadier barrel for the M4, and it was the ugliest barrel ever. I know that barrel, that's how it looks in real life usually, and it is hideous. But it's like, dude, just call it something different and let me change the look of it, right? Because changing the look of it is a big thing, especially for like a modern warfare shooter, where a lot of people are into guns and stuff and customizing ARs, custom built weapons in real life, things like that. And they want to implement those into the game. So they missed that opportunity completely. And yeah, the Gunsmith, we wouldn't have known that probably 75% of the errors were there if it wasn't for Exclusive Ace. He posted some video the other day and somebody was like, would you ever consider consulting for like Activision, Infinity? Or no, he said, would you ever consider working for like Infinity Ward, Activision, etc.?
Oh boy. Okay, what did he say?
And he said, no, I would never want to work for them. He said, but I would love to be able to consult them, because he knows they do a fucking terrible job, but he can't say that, right? Because he's a COD partner.
Right, correct.
Exclusive Ace was the biggest person for this game. He made more changes to this game than anyone else. Any of the big streamers, Nick Merckx,
Easily, yeah.
none of those guys. Exclusive Ace was the root of a ton of great changes in this game because he found these problems and he brought it to light. He made a YouTube video that got hundreds of thousands of views. Like you said, he put out that video. They had the Merc foregrip patched within 1 week.
Literally,
they never said anything. Like, you know, these Treyarch patch notes have been like pretty good, like, oh, like we're gonna update this because this damage profile is too high, or this, you know, we're gonna change things like this. All Infinity Ward said was, what did they even say about the Merc foregrip?
Nothing. They just said we've reduced the movement speed by 4%.
Yeah, so it's like they never even admitted there was something wrong with it. Like they never said Gunsmith was showing incorrectly. It has this negative or this positive.
Yeah, there was no culpability.
It never said
whatsoever.
that.
Yeah, which
it was just we
into.
changed this.
Yeah.
So they're fucking cocksuckers, right? They should all be shot in the street like dogs. In Modern Warfare, of course.
In game, naturally, yes, that's absolutely true.
Of course, you know. Yeah, that's all I have to say. The Gunsmith was pretty good. Well, it was very fun. It was a great change to Call of Duty, but they implemented a lot of things poorly, as Infinity Ward has done all year long.
Correct. Yeah, this is the perfect example of something I was saying with things that are on the bad list are like maybe the ideas are fine, neutral, or even good. Like this, Gunsmith is a good idea. Dog shit implementation. I wouldn't even go that far, but there were a lot of problems. The implementation was not perfect. And the fact that the bar graphs even exist, they're not bar graphs, whatever. The bars even existed was dumb. It should have been percentage values, just like in Cold War, for example. They didn't even have to go to the level of detail Cold War went to. They still could have just said Merc foregrip plus 4% movement speed. Like that would have been so much better than not saying it at all. Or like by saying increases hip fire accuracy. It's like, okay, well, by how much? Like, just give me a percentage, 7%, whatever. Like, so anyway, yeah. Yeah, the perfect example of something that's on the bad list. Like an idea, good, bad, or indifferent, that is just not implemented as well as it should have been. Gunsmith is one of those things. But we've gone over that, so.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to use this as an example real quick. Like in the Cold War beta, like this is what the dev said for one of the weapons. This update causes the 4-hit kill range to turn to 5 hits at 12.8 meters, down from 19.2 meters. We never heard a single number in any patch notes from Infinity Ward. Nothing.
That's absolutely correct.
All they would say was increase this, lower this, decrease this, or did nothing. Most of the time, they wouldn't even say something and they would change it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the worst. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So, moving on here. Next, we're getting deep now. Challenge system / ribbons. LOL is what's written in the notes. First of all, the seasonal rankings. This is kind of a lot of points in one, but I'll explain. Number one, the seasonal rankings, period. Dog shit. Dog shit. As we've talked about, if you play this game a lot, a new season will come out, you'll be level 155 2 weeks later, and then you will be indistinguishable from someone who has played 8 times more than you. Because you're both level 155. That's actually a pretty big issue as far as I'm concerned. There's very little intel you can get from a lobby screen. Number one.
Well, it's because they catered this game to bad and new players. They don't want them to see high prestige levels.
Yes. True. Absolutely true. Which we will kind of get into. We'll definitely get into it next week, because there's definitely more to say on that point. But and also the season challenges were not good. They were not fun. They were often incredibly dumb and difficult. One of them, which I still haven't done, and on principle I'm never going to do it. The challenge is get 12 melee kills with a sniper or marksman rifle. Why is that a challenge?
What season was that for?
Last season.
Really?
Yeah. Which I'm never going to do. Why would I equip an HDR and then try to get melee kills? Like, it's such a dumb challenge. And there are an absolute bevy of challenges of this type that are just really weird. And there's some that are, it's like, get 30 kills with 3 attachments. It's like, why would I do that? You guys implemented
it's like get 500 kills with 3 attachments on your weapon.
Sure. And it's like, why would you guys give us a gunsmith where I'm guaranteed 5 attachments and then force me to just not use 2 of them? Like, that's so catastrophically dumb. It makes no sense. And it's not fun to do that challenge. Like, BO4 had the challenges correct because most of them were fun to do, or they were difficult or rare to achieve.
So it made it worth it.
Exactly. So, like, get a 20 kill streak 10 times, and then you get the relentless killer calling card. Like, that is a fun challenge to go for. It makes sense. I don't really have to, like, purposefully neuter myself to accomplish it. And the reward is worthwhile. No such challenge exists in MW except the nuke calling card, which dovetails nicely into a point that we're going to get to a little bit later. But in summary, I think the point is, and a lot of people agree with us here, there should have been prestige mode again. It shouldn't have been the challenge system. The ribbons are dog shit, and everyone stopped going for them after season like 2 at the latest. Because the emblems are not interesting, no one cares, no one runs them, and a lot of the ribbon challenges were just toxic to get. So, like, season 5 comes out, and one of the fucking ribbon challenges is get 75 kills with Estrella on an objective. It's like, why am I gonna play like this? I'm not doing it. I'm boycotting this ribbon system, and I'm just not doing any of them because there's all these dumb shit challenges like that. Or how about in season 0, one of the ribbons was what was it? You could tell me, Tanner, because you actually went for it, baited. Get 50 like manslaughter kills where you run someone over with a vehicle was one of the ribbons. And it's like,
that was one. Yeah, that's been one almost every season where it's like run X amount of people over with a vehicle.
Right. And it's just like, why? This isn't fun to go for. It's not fun to do the ribbon, nor is it fun for other people in your lobby to have to contend with some dickhead who's going for the get 35 RPG kills ribbon. It just makes the game environment for literally everyone worse. But even if all the ribbon challenges were good, it's still not a good system to not have a prestige mode. Because when everyone's level 155 2 weeks after the season launches, it just feels cheap and uninteresting. And then there's a lot less incentive to keep playing once you hit level 155 in the new season, because you feel like there's no sense of progression, because in fact, there isn't any progression. You're done. You're done. You just have to wait till the next season. So, Tanner, your thoughts?
It was a terrible system. I mean,
yeah. There
just
should have been
fucking
prestige
awful.
is the whole point here, in my opinion.
There should have been prestige. I like seeing who I'm going up against. So we've talked about this so many times. Maybe other people don't. I loved in Black Ops 4 when if I saw Cubas and his 3-stack, 4-stack in the lobby, I would see 4 level 1000s. I would see they all had nuclear calling cards. I would see 1 or 2 out of 4 of them had a nuked out calling card. And we'd be like, oh, fuck.
Because of the showcase.
Yeah. We'd be like, oh, shit. We're going up against Cubas and his goddamn stack again. You bust your cordite out, you know? And that was fun. But now it's just, okay, I load into a lobby. I don't care. I don't look at anything. I don't care about anyone else. I load into the game and that's it. It adds like a sense of, how do I describe it? I don't know. But it's fun to see who you're playing against and like take a guess like, oh, this lobby's going to be very good. In Modern Warfare, there's none of that because they literally don't want that. I'm not just saying that to complain. They've said that they wanted this to be a game for shit players to enjoy. They wanted it to be a safe place for 0.2 KD Andes to have a fun time with.
Absolutely. Sure.
They don't care about good players anymore. All they're trying to do is get the most money possible, which is draw in the most amount of casuals possible who are garbage at the game and will play 1 hour a week, you know, maybe 2 hours a week.
Right.
But yeah, so the challenge system, the ribbons, fucking terrible. I stopped going for them. So I finished season 0. I finished season 1. I think I did season 2. And then like once it got to the point where it was asking for Warzone challenges too, I just said, oh, okay, so I'm done going for this, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to run over 30 people in Warzone. I'm not going to attempt to do that in a game mode like Warzone where there's more on the line than just multiplayer where you respawn if you die. That's so dumb. Whoever thought of that, you're a dumb shit. I hate you. You know, if you work for Infinity Ward, I probably hate you anyways. But
yeah, they're enemies of the pod.
It was a horrible system. Another thing BO4 had perfectly. They did it perfectly. I wish BO4 and MW could combine on a bunch of things because it would make the perfect game if you could take certain things from BO4, certain things from Modern Warfare, and combine them, and it would be the perfect game.
Agreed.
But yeah, and it's not looking too hot for Cold War because there's a 0% chance a traditional prestige mode is coming back. Bobby Cocktick already said that himself. Feel free to text him. Feel free to text him if you have any issues. He has his public numbers out there. Yeah. He gave it to all his employees in case they're feeling nervous about COVID. You can send him a little text, let him know how you're feeling. Take your temperature in the morning, send that his way, tell you how you're doing. But yeah, so Prestige mode is not going to be in Cold War either. It's going to be some different type of system, which they're going to build off from something that was in Modern Warfare, like how Modern Warfare was, but they're going to build on that. So I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah. Just give us traditional Prestige back. There were no issues with it. Nobody complained about it. If you didn't want a Prestige, then don't Prestige. Like I'm pretty sure Nate
did, by the way.
I'm pretty sure Nate Gibson was like that, right?
Yeah.
I think he prestiged once and then just never did it again.
Yeah.
So he'd be one of those guys that was like first prestige 55, and you'd go up against him, you'd load into a lobby and think, oh, this lobby's shit, and then he destroys you. But most people ended up prestiging, I would say.
Yeah, agreed. But
and
with
then
the showcase thing, though, too, unless Nate was trying to be a sleeper, then you would see Prestige 1 level 55, and then you'd like mouse over him. He's like, oh, let me look at his showcase, which should have been in this game too, by the way. Kind of. It wouldn't make sense. We'll get into it. And then you would have seen his showcase, and it's like nuked out, fucking relentless killer, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy's actually insane. Well, you'd think, oh, he's very good, is what you'd think. And then you'd play against him, and then you would say, oops, I don't understand what's going on here. He's cheating. And then you'd report him and then leave the lobby because you don't know who Nate Gibson is because you're a rat.
You're a rat fucker.
But that's another thing, too, is like the showcase wasn't in this game. And that's a travesty. The showcase was in BO4, for example, and it's going to be in Cold War, which is where you can choose your calling card, of course, but you can also choose 3 other calling cards to showcase on like a little snapshot of your profile, in addition to showcasing your like top 3 medals in the case of Cold War. And what was it? Was it top 3 emblems, or was that the other thing, Tanner? I don't think so.
Wait, for Cold War?
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it top
medals,
3 emblems and then top 3 calling cards?
Yeah, and then 3 medals. Yeah. But this dovetails nicely into, well, why didn't MW have the player showcase? Because they're dumb. That's obviously the main reason. But also, it wouldn't have made sense to have in MW because of our next point. All the calling cards and all of the emblems are shit. And I don't know what I did to earn any of them. So you would get a calling card for like the most weird, like uneventful dog shit. Like, oh, you fucking marked 100 enemies with your recon drone. Here's a calling card. But by the way, when you go to your barracks to sort through your calling cards, it doesn't tell you what you did to earn any of them. And also, you could buy calling cards, which is another huge problem. Like in BO4, you couldn't buy calling cards. you could only earn them. So then when you went into the BO4 barracks, you mouse over any or hover, whatever console, any calling card, and it will tell you the challenge you did to unlock that calling card.
Yeah.
Which was quite cool. It was quite interesting. In this game, there are many calling cards you will get for dog shit challenges, like get 12 melee kills with your Mark II carbine. First of all, that is not a calling card worth running. Second of all, the calling card looks terrible, because most of them do in this game. And lastly, you won't actually know that that's why you earned the calling card, because the game doesn't tell you. So there is just a host of reasons why the calling cards and emblems in this game are trash. I think it's really dumb to allow people to buy calling cards, because I want every calling card to signify some type of achievement, no matter how minor.
I agree. 100%.
Like in BO4, there was like the 12 default calling cards or whatever. Have those, fine. But then there were also calling cards for like, get 100 kills with an assault rifle. Like, that's a calling card in BO4. And it's like, okay, you can run that and you're shit if that's the only calling card you have, or you're new. But at least like you did something for it besides giving Activision your credit card number and your security code. Like, it's really dumb that they mixed those in, because calling cards in MDub, you can earn them or you can buy them. Now, you're never going to know which ones you bought versus which ones you've earned, because again, it doesn't fucking tell you, because this game is fundamentally flawed at its core. It's a bad game. It's a trash game. Hence my Halloween costume. So that's a real fucking problem. And then the same thing goes for the emblems. I mean, you don't earn any emblems. You earn some emblems, I think, by the way. You won't know which ones. The emblems are just the exact same thing as the calling cards. You can buy them.
Yeah.
They mostly look bad, but you won't know why you got any of them. So, and then last point here. How is a nuke calling card not in the game at launch?
Fucking incredible, right?
Actually incredible. And also, the calling card doesn't look very good. Number 2, which is a yikes, because that is ostensibly the hardest calling card to get. And how did this not retroactively apply? Because I know that I can go on to Call of Duty's companion app and it will tell me exactly how many times I've called in a fucking UAV. So they're tracking my kill streaks pretty easily. Hey, the nuke is a kill streak. Track it. And then retroactively give me the calling card. But wrong. I'll add the new calling card 4 months post-launch. And then if you got one before the calling card came out, suck Activision's big, meaty, throbbing, veiny, $3 million per day in microtransactions cock and earn another one. Because they're rats. They're rats. What are your thoughts?
I want to know what the number of people was, the number of players that got a nuke before the calling card came out and then never got one again. Those poor people, I feel for them.
True.
I'm almost positive that a dev responded to somebody on Twitter before they did that, saying that it would be retroactively applied. Because I remember talking about that in the group chat with Itchy. And I was like, oh, dope. Like, it's going to be retroactive. We won't even have to try for another one. We don't ever have to get another nuke again.
We were very confident that was the case.
We were extremely, and I don't think we were just confident for no reason. I'm pretty sure a dev said something on Twitter that made it sound that way or confirmed it'll be retroactive. And then, of course, it wasn't, because there's no communication,
which we will
at
get
Infinity
into.
Ward.
Yeah,
which we will get into. But yeah, so yeah, you're complaining about the calling cards here and not knowing how you didn't get them. But don't you remember, Raz? A couple months ago, they added in, when you go to your calling card list, you can see what season you got it in. Is that not good enough for you? Did you want to know how you actually earned it? Because if you did, go fuck yourself. They don't care.
Right, dude.
Go fuck yourself.
I could have. Go ahead.
No. Oh, thanks. I got this in season 1. Cool. What did I do? How did I get it?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, it's the simplest thing, bro. Like, They could have just made a note, like at the bottom of the calling card, earned from, or purchased through X bundle.
Which would be 90%.
Nuclear calling card, earned by getting 30 kills, not including streaks, 30 gun kills, equipment, however you want to word it.
Right.
They could have done anything. How easy would that have been? Because it was coded in, right? It was coded in so that you got calling cards when certain things happened. Whether that be you bought the pack, you got the nuke, whatever. That was coded in the game to give you that calling card when you did something. So tell us what we did. It's so bad. It's the simplest thing, dude.
It's funny that you mentioned too that they added in like what season you earned the calling card in post launch. So they went through the work of coding in, telling you roughly where you got it. Hey guys, just tell us exactly how we got it. If you're going to open your development console to code in telling us what season it came from, why not just go the extra step to tell us how we got it? Like, it's so dumb. They went to the effort to do a solution that is actually not at all a solution. Because Gift Curse is exactly right here. Like, by the way, calling card from season 2, K. Did I even earn it, or did I buy a bundle that was released in season 2?
Exactly.
You don't know. It's just so insane. And the reason this is, now you guys know us. We don't really care that much about like cosmetics, customization, in some aspects, whatever. We kind of do.
I do. It was just so bad in this game.
We kind of do. Here's why this is so high on the list is because the fact that there wasn't prestige or calling cards or challenges that were good or worked at all, or were, you could even know where they came from. That all lowers the like repeated play ability of the game. It's like if I'm going for like 100%er, like finish all the challenges, I have to be able to track it. And if I can't, I'm not going to go for it. And that's why this is so high on our list, is because not only is it bad in and of itself, but it also really lowers the will and the drive for people like Tanner and I to log into the game at all. Because it's like, what's the point? I'm level 155. I'm not doing all these dog shit challenges because they're bad. But also, even if I did, there's no 100%er calling card. There's no mastery completion calling card. Like, you don't get any like meta calling cards like Killer Master or like Humiliation Master, which is all relatively easy to do. And also, they've been in past Call of Duty games. And by the way, they've been in past Infinity Ward games. MW 2 had a way better challenge system than this game. Way better. How many calling cards were in MW 2? And it told you exactly how to earn them.
Oh, they had all the weapon mastery, calling cards, everything.
Everything, man. It was so sophisticated and cool. And that is one of the huge reasons why people love that game, because there was an incentive to continue loading into multiplayer even on month 9 and 10 and 11 and 14, etc. And that just doesn't exist in this game.
Well, and that adds more to the fact that they don't want players to be good at this game. They don't want good players to be able to show off anything. It's like they don't want 100%er calling card. They didn't want a nuclear calling card in at launch. They don't care about good players. They want a bunch of shit average players playing their game and spending their money in the store. That's all they care about.
Right. And if
they want them to have a safe space.
Yes, exactly.
To play in lobbies with nobody that's better than them ever.
Mm-hmm. And they don't want some calling card to exist where if I have it and you don't, you feel bad about yourself.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's all safe space. It's all safe space. So I 1000% agree there. So
I'd like to give an update on my G Fuel here.
Okay. Did you spike it yet?
So look at the bottom of the shaker cup.
Oh my God, I can tell.
It's all at the bottom. I shook this thing for 60 seconds and it's all at the bottom. An hour and a half. No, like 2 hours later. I mean, maybe they don't usually sit that long, but that seems like if I shook it, it should have been mixed, right? So that goes along with what everyone says is too fucking chalky.
Yeah, I believe it.
So let me shake it again. Oh, it's still barely shaking off. Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Well, G Fuel's trash. So, yeah. Like how he mutes to shake the fuck out of it. Yeah, well, it's G Fuel, so.
Let's take another sip again, see how chalky it is now.
Yeah. You should spike it. That's my vote.
It's like drinking a chalkboard.
Yikes.
It's like licking the chalkboard in 3rd grade.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we had markers. I went to a private school, so we had money. Didn't use chalk, we used markers.
Jesus Christ. Make sure to use promo code Dropshot at checkout for 0% off your next G Fuel purchase.
Yeah, better yet, buy coffee instead. Buy Don Francisco coffee.
Well,
how about that?
Get some coffee. It's about the caffeine. Hey, buy caffeine pills. No, coffee's good though. Let's move on.
Hey, yeah.
Let's move on.
Take Adderall.
Tanner, do you agree with my placement of this next point here?
I don't even think this is really an issue, honestly.
Interesting. Okay, so we're going to have some disagreement here. It wasn't that big of an issue once Warzone launched. That's why I think you probably hadn't thought of it. But here's my next point. Kill chain, the perk. It is a blue perk where your kill streak kills will count towards your next kill streak. This is an issue in my view. Because basically, if I'm playing, I don't know, anything, and I get 5 kills, I now have whatever fucking streak I want. White Foss, Chopper Gunner, Juggernaut, it doesn't matter. All I need is a 5-kill gun streak, because what I'll do is I'll have kill chain. I'll get 5 kills, I'll get a cruise missile, I'll get 2 more kills. Maybe I need 1 more, I'll get a VTOL. The VTOL is going to get 9 kills, and then I'll have literally any other streak I fucking want. This is not fun. It's not fun to play this way, and it is not fun to play against either. Because as soon as the kill chain Andy gets 5 kills, there's now 8 streaks in the air. Because once he calls his VTOL, his dipshit teammate, who is also using kill chain, will have map control, making it way easier for him to get his 5th kill, and then he'll get his cruise missile, and then now the game's actually over. It's just a snowball effect. Kill chain makes this too easy. Now, you guys may remember, most of you probably don't, but I will remind you, kill chain, once upon a time, was a red perk. It was a perk 2. Perk 2, red perks, in MDub are the best perks in the game. It is the best class of perks. It has perks such as Ghost, Overkill, Hardline, I think. What's another red perk? Restock.
I've had too many beers. Yeah, restock.
Restock. So these are all the best perks in the game. Kill chain was in this pool. So you would have to either use kill chain or like Ghost in Ground War, or kill chain or fucking whatever.
Restock.
Restock, whatever. So at least there was some significant trade-off. However, in Infinity Ward's infinite wisdom, they decided, oh, kill chain's not that good, right? Hey, getting a chopper gunner with 5 kills, that's not that good, right? Getting White Foss with 5 kills, that's not that good, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to move kill chain from perk 2 red to perk 1 blue. And blue perks are far less good than red perks. So there's
the only one worth using usually is in multiplayer is EOD.
Is EOD correct? Yeah, there's like no other good blue perks. Quick Fix is in the conversation, but it's not like insane or anything.
Quick Fix is red, isn't it?
No, it's blue.
Quick Fix is not a blue perk.
1,000%. I'll bet you 10 gifted subs.
It's absolutely not.
Yes,
is it really?
Is. I'm positive, dude. Yeah, I run it. It's blue.
Okay.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Tanner owes me 10 gifted subs. Let's move on.
I don't.
So when they moved kill chain to blue, now everyone's using kill chain plus whatever red perk they want. And this actually ruined ground war. In addition to one other thing, which we will get into, of course. But when kill chain got moved to perk 1, I very specifically remember a sharp decline in the enjoyment of ground war lobbies.
We noticed it immediately.
And also, content creators and streamers noticed this immediately because kill chain got moved to perk 1 prior to Warzone releasing. So everyone was still playing multiplayer. Swag and Nick Mercs and all these people were still like mostly playing ground war, and they were streaming it when kill chain got moved to perk 1. And it's just like all of a sudden it's constant streaks on ground war. And usually it's like there's 64 people. First dude to get a 5 kill streak won the game for his team. Because he'll call in his cruise missile. He'll get 40 kills with 1 cruise missile, ground war, by the way. And then he'll call in all of his other streaks. And then they get massive map control. And then his teammates do it, who also have kill chain. And then there's 30 other people in line waiting to do the same thing. And now the ground war lobby is ruined. So I think kill chain existing at all, red or blue, is a big problem. It's not fun to play with or against, and it just shouldn't be in the game, in my opinion, because it's not fun and interactive. I want to shoot my gun in the first-person shooter game. I don't want to get shot by an AI-controlled VTOL that one-taps me. But if it's going to exist, at least make it compete with the other very good perks. Don't move it to perk 1, which of course they did. So Tanner, you had some disagreements. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't know. You kind of just convinced me again. Because it's been so long now that we've been playing with this, I kind of forgot how annoying it was. But I do remember specifically immediately when they moved that. Again, we talked about that in the Instagram chat. We're like, oh, this is going to be fucking terrible. And sure enough, we started playing Ground War, and we noticed it immediately.
We said it on the pod too. We said it on the pod exactly what happened because it's so obvious. Like, oh, this is going to be a disaster. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, God, this webcam is so fucking bad. Jesus, dude.
I know, it's weird.
Why does it not focus all of a sudden? It just started like 3 or 4 weeks ago. It never used to have the issue.
It
might dog shit.
It might be your microphone. It's picking up and trying to focus on instead of
It's not focusing on anything. Look at it.
No, your microphone's completely in focus, bro. I think that's
not
probably
completely.
What's
It's slightly more in focus.
Okay, well, go on.
Anyways, yeah, that is true, and it's just kill chain is another thing that rewards bad players. Again,
Yes.
hey, let's put another tally in that field for Infinity Ward. Only cares about average or bad players and doesn't want anybody to be good or better than somebody else because it's a safe space, right? It's a safe space in a video game where you kill other people.
Correct. Great
Okay.
point. Yes, great point.
That's what they do. And that's what Gift Curse just said in the chat. He said something about like, I like using I'm dog shit, so I love kill chain. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better. Thank you, Gift Curse. Couldn't have said it better. He's saying, hey,
Tanner
I'm
runs
fucking
Kill
terrible.
Chain, by the way.
I don't anymore.
Okay.
Well, sometimes in Ground War, I mean, what's the point? It's the only fun I can have in this game still. It's getting 5 kills and then getting White Foss. So here's how we do it, guys. You get 5 kills. In case Raz didn't explain this thoroughly, you get 5 kills, right? So you have your cruise missile or your precision airstrike. I go back and forth. Cruise missile is probably ultimately better, but you have to find a really good hiding spot when you call it in, because you have the chance of dying for like a solid 20 to 30 seconds. You have a good chance of being killed if you don't hide. You call in your cruise, you get an easy 2 kills minimum, hopefully 3. You have your VTOL. You call in your VTOL on Ground War, you mark it somewhere where 12 enemies are. It does its initial strike, it gets 4 kills, boom, you already have your White Foss. You call in your White Foss, you get another 5 kills. It's way too easy.
Yeah.
It's entirely too easy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They don't care about good players. They don't want somebody being skilled. They don't want somebody to be good at aiming their weapon. They want everyone just to have fun in a safe space because this is 2020 and that's what, you know, that's what companies care about. So yeah, kill chain being moved was pretty shit because we often did that, especially at launch. Everybody at launch ran Ghost for months. And so it was either Ghost or kill chain. And when we switched to kill chain, I feel like we would notice like, fuck, like I just got killed right there. And if I had Ghost, I wouldn't have died.
Right.
Things like that. But then once it got changed to perk 1, it's like, oh, okay. I don't care.
You don't have to give anything up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially in Ground War, you don't need quick fix or EOD in Ground War. Like, rarely do you need those things. It's very easy to just use kill chain and you won't miss any other blue perk. Like,
exactly.
Ever. You're in focus now.
Okay.
Like ever. You should turn off autofocus, make it focus on your face, and then never do this again. That's what I would suggest.
But I move around too much, so that wouldn't work either.
Okay. Keep that in mind.
Sometimes I'm leaning back.
You'll recline on your, what is that? Secret Lab Titan XL?
Secret Lab Titan, yeah.
Cookies
Secret
and
Lab
cream
Titan,
color?
Cookies and cream Lee.
Make sure you use promo code Dropshot for 0% off at checkout.
Yeah.
We are open to opportunities, of course. Secret Lab.
And I just shook this, by the way, for 30 seconds, and it's already at the bottom again. So
yeah, it's trash. Yeah, well, G Fuel. Well, it's all lead, right? And lead sinks in water. So that's
stuff even made in the USA.
Of course not. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah, agreed. So I don't know. I think kill chain's just a bad thing. And then Jake Down asked a good question that I would like to summarily dismantle because I don't think I'm not being sarcastic. I think it's a good question that you're asking, Jake. I just think the answer after some thought is pretty obvious. Jake Down asks, is making it a perk better than just having it for everyone? Yes. COD 4 and MW2 kills counted toward the next streak. And you didn't have to run a perk for that to be the case. Everyone had it by default. That's correct. That's dog shit. That's absolute dog shit. And you'll know this by like an MW2 nuke is insanely simple to get because even the nukes count kill streak kills. So an MW2 is actually insanely easy to get a nuke. You get 5 kills, you call a streak, you call another streak because your first streak earns you your second streak, and you don't have to run a perk for this to be the case, by the way. And then you get an AC-130, and then you kill 40 people, and then you've gotten a double nuke. Congratulations! Before you've exited the gunner seat of your AC-130, and then the game is over and the lobby's ended. That's complete dog shit. If that's gonna, first of all, nukes of course shouldn't be callable because of streaks, which is not the case at MW. So this is kind of a tangent, obviously. But even the kill streaks themselves, they shouldn't earn each other without a perk, and they shouldn't earn each other even with a perk such as kill chain. That is my point, because it's not fun. We're playing a first-person shooter. That's what we have to remember. And getting killed by or picking on your minimap where to deploy your VTOL jet is not it's literally not interactive. It's not interactive. You don't interact with that. You don't outskill a VTOL jet. It's just an AI controlled kill streak that you place somewhere and it just gets kills for you. It's not fun. That's not why anyone plays first person shooters. So if it's going to be in the game at all, it should be a perk, but also it shouldn't be a perk, period. So that's what I would say. Anything to add here, TDS?
No. We good there.
Well, Jake, you've never thought about kill chain because you don't play multiplayer. You're a Warzone prodigy, so you're doing that. And
he's a rat fuck. Let's not call him a prodigy. He's a Warzone rat.
No, he's very good.
I didn't say he's not good. He's still a rat.
He's a good rat. Okay. Keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, Jake. Well, let's look. Hey, Jake, let's move on. It was a good question. I just wanted to address it because it was a good question, so I wanted to address it. What's up, Tanner?
Well, then use it, Jake. Use it and see how
quickly you get your streaks and start shitting on the other team.
Also that, you probably just don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. So, anyways, this next point, this was actually your point, Tanner. So why don't you lead us off here? What I'm reading is development transparency / communication.
This should almost be next week, honestly. I don't even know if we should talk about this.
Let me think.
This is so fucking bad. I think it should be left for next week.
Okay. I'm open to that.
I think it should be next week.
Okay.
I think we should skip it.
All right, bet.
I didn't really realize until I just read over it and started thinking about what I was going to say and then realized how terrible it was. That was one of the core issues with this game. Yeah, we should save that for next week.
Okay, bet. No worries. All right. I put it in the next week thing. So cool. All right. So then let me go back. Okay. So our next point here is where are we? Okay. So next point. Footstep audio. It's hard to even pin down what's wrong with the footstep audio in this game.
It's so hard, dude.
Because it's too quiet, and also it's too loud, and also it's too quiet in Warzone, and also it's too loud in multiplayer, and also dead silence is too quiet, and also it's too loud. Like, it's just so bad that it's very hard to accurately depict the problem with footstep audio in this game. So from that summary alone, you could gather this overarching point. Mainly, footstep audio is trash. Let's just say that, right? Footstep audio is trash. Now, why is it trash?
Hey, we don't know.
It's the main reason it's trash is because it's inconsistent and there is no rhyme or reason or logic to how it performs in this game. So in multiplayer, actually, I think footstep audio is consistent, but it's too loud in multiplayer. It makes sound whoring very easy. And this is one of many mechanics that incentivizes rats, rodent, vermin, rats to camp, right? It is one of a dozen mechanics in this dog shit game that incentivizes rats to play like rats, right? Because the footstep audio in general in multiplayer is too loud. And by comparison, it makes dead silence, the field upgrade, too good. Now, why is dead silence too good? Is it because lowering your footstep audio is overpowered? Well, maybe not, but here's what is overpowered. Making your footsteps literally fucking silent in a game where your footsteps are otherwise 80,000 decibels. Okay, well, now it's too much, right? Now it's too much. So dead silence, the difference between dead silence up and dead silence not up in multiplayer is literally 30 decibels. So that just makes dead silence too overpowered. Not because lowering footstep audio is overpowered, but rather because footstep audio is really high and the dead silence makes it virtually silent, and that makes it too strong. Number one. Number two, footstep audio in Warzone. I would love to give you a detailed analysis of what the footstep audio is like in Warzone, right? I would love to tell you a story about how footstep audio works in Warzone. But oops, I can't. Why can't I? It doesn't make sense. There's no rhyme or reason, right? There's no rhyme or reason.
Makes no sense. That's the best way to explain it, actually. It doesn't make sense.
In Warzone, if they okay. If they change the Warzone map ever, right? Which hasn't happened, which we will get into.
Well, it's had changes. Come on, dude.
Okay. Hey. Ha ha ha. Laugh track is correct. So if they ever changed Warzone, right, the map, and they introduced Guitar Center as a new area in Warzone, where you could run across a series of snare drums and tom-toms, right? You could do that 10 times, and the volume that your footsteps would produce would be different every single time. Every time. I could be tack sprinting on a sea of China cymbals and be silent one game. And then also, I could be literally prone crawling towards you through sand another time in Warzone. And it's going to sound like Darude Sandstorm with how deafeningly loud it is. So in Warzone specifically, I don't know why this is, by the way, because in multiplayer, the footsteps are too loud, but it's at least consistent. In Warzone, it's absolutely not consistent. And you're never going to know when you're loud or when you're fucking silent. And then dead silence in Warzone is also a huge problem for this reason. It's way too fucking good in Warzone because the footstep audio is sometimes way too loud and sometimes silent. So in summary, to go back to my very first sentence on this topic, the footstep audio is trash. Just like the entire game is trash. Tanner, your thoughts?
Yeah, so you described it pretty fucking well. It's difficult to explain the footsteps because they don't make sense. So my biggest thing is, if you play Warzone, not exaggerating, often you can hear people like 2 or 3 floors below you, right? So there's solid concrete between that, okay? There's fucking concrete. They're concrete apartment buildings. A few feet worth of concrete. And I can hear somebody 3, 4 floors below me moving around. But yet, if I'm in a small little shack, if I'm in a little house, some poor rat living in Verdansk, I'm in their living room or I'm in their upstairs bedroom, somebody's running up to me, they're 20 feet away, I'm sitting right by the window upstairs. Often you can't even hear them. They'll run into your building. You won't hear them until they open the door to your building that you're now 8 feet away from them. And that's the first time you hear them. But yet I can hear somebody in an apartment building from a quarter mile away. Right. So the footsteps don't make sense. They are better than at launch. But that's not saying much. You're right. At launch, you could hear somebody in a zero cave when I was on the opposite side of the map, 100 meters away from the entrance to the cave. Yeah, it was dog shit.
Let me briefly mention, this game is just too loud. All of it.
Oh, do you remember? Dude,
we should have included this, but it's just the whole game is too loud. When I'm entering the fucking multiplayer map on my dumb chopper, my eardrums are being blown the fuck out for no reason. So,
hey,
but anyways,
and you know what they never fixed were the volume levels with that stuff. So the audio in general, the guns sound fantastic, the streaks sound fantastic, but the levels of everything is way off.
Yeah, okay.
Like they sound really well, but the actual volume level is not correct. Okay, sure, maybe you're trying to make it sound realistic, and you want the chopper gunner to deafen you or the precision airstrike to deafen you, but it's a video game. I want to hear things around me too, right?
That was another big problem on launch. Is I was like, dude, fuck, like the precision airstrike, these things. I have to like take my headset off when they call them in. They never patched that. Eventually, I had to just live with it. The streaks are extremely loud. That was another thing.
Put in
if you
fucking
guys
earplugs.
if you guys look back, I remember the devs saying that that was going to be patched because they knew the volume levels of that were way higher. Maybe they patched it at some point. Closer to launch, I think they possibly did, but it wasn't enough. Everything like that is too loud. The audio overall, the volumes are not well balanced whatsoever. So yeah, footstep audio very inconsistent. You can't rely on that, especially in Warzone. In multiplayer, yeah, you'll hear somebody from very far away, and that just promotes more camping. I think there's a line between everyone running around dead silence and not hearing any footsteps and hearing footsteps from way too far away. It needs to be balanced in the middle. I don't want dead silence, but I don't want to hear footsteps from very far away.
1000%.
So,
agree.
yeah, that was a big issue in this game.
And by the way, that's not a big ask on our part. Like, hey, let's have reasonable footstep volume. Do you know why I know that that's not a big ask? Because it's never been a problem in a Call of Duty game ever before. Ever. Not once. BO4, the footstep audio was fine. It was fine. It wasn't too loud and it wasn't too quiet. It was fine. By the way, every other Call of Duty game also, the footstep audio was fine. If someone's sprinting at you from real fucking close, it's fine. Whatever. It's only in this game that it's just like this disaster that it is. By the way, as a quick aside, I would have put this earlier on the list, but I just remembered it, so I wanted to mention it now, because this is certainly not in the ugly section, in my view. Tac sprint. Tac sprint, also known as tactical sprint, is where you can like sprint even faster for a brief duration, and it ruins your your sprint out time. If you're tac sprinting and you want to start shooting your gun, it's going to take you 45 minutes. In my opinion, this isn't terrible to include. I just think it is unnecessary, and it is also gameable. So, for example, if you slide cancel, it resets your tac sprint. So people can do cheesy CDL strats to have like permanent tac sprint, which is kind of busted, of course. So if you're going to implement something like tac sprint, don't break it by allowing people to abuse it, right? But of course, Infinity Ward is incapable of that. But also, it doesn't need to be in the game, in my view. Let's stop with the tac sprint. It's extra. Sliding is a sufficient movement mechanic, and tac sprinting doesn't actually allow for a wider skill gap, in my view. It doesn't contribute at all to the skill gap conversation, really. It's just like a way to move around faster. I wouldn't even have a problem with it, really, if slide canceling did not refresh the reset the cooldown of your tac sprint. That's like the biggest problem with tac sprint, because now you've introduced this element where you can totally, game it. And I really don't like that. But even if that were not the case, I still would think, let's just not do tac sprint. It's just dumb. I just don't like it. And it's another one of these things, too, that punishes rushers and people who move their characters. And what does that do?
Yeah, that is true.
It makes it better to camp like a rat. So, Tanner, what are your thoughts on tac sprint?
I haven't really had an issue with it, honestly. I know a lot of people complain about it, but it really doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I would rather have the faster sprint out time, obviously, but I've never been like pissed that it's in the game. So it really just doesn't matter to me. I mean, I would prefer, I guess, not having it, but I don't know. I don't think it makes a difference.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. I don't think this is that big of a deal.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have put it on the bad list, and I wouldn't have put it on the good either. It's something that's in the game, and I don't care about.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, this would have been like literally number 1 or 2 on this list for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just thought I would mention it. But anyway.
Yeah, well, you thought wrong, but yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. Now we're back into the real list. And now we're getting real fucking bad. Real bad.
Are we? Okay.
We're getting real bad. You might disagree with this next point, actually. But we will be unified in our opinion when we get to the top 3, 100%. And by the way, the things that are really bad in this game are a joke compared to everything on the ugly list. So be sure, twitch.tv/Tanner Dropshot. Make sure to follow. This episode's going to be 4 hours. That episode's going to be 9. Because this game is just a dog shit disaster clusterfuck.
Yeah,
of trash. Of shit trash. So anyways, next point here. And Tanner and I might disagree here on at least one point, and that is this. Stopping power, in general, should not exist in any capacity. It shouldn't be a perk like in Call of Duties of old. It also shouldn't be a field upgrade like in MDub. Period. Point blank period. That's the end of my point right there. Not really, but also let's move on. If you're going to have stopping power, it absolutely should not be in Warzone. The problem I have with stopping power in multiplayer or in Warzone is that it makes time to kill very inconsistent, but more importantly, it makes your time to death inconsistent. So if I'm playing Warzone and I've played a bunch and some dude is 30 meters away from me and he's pegging me, he's just lasering me, right? If I've played a lot,
yeah.
If I've played a lot and I'm being shot from that distance with an assault rifle and I'm this close to cover, I can 100% of the time think, okay, in this case, since I'm only 3 meters from this wall, I'm safe here. So instead of turning and facing him and trying to shoot him, I'm just going to run behind the wall because I have 8 plates and I know I'm safe and I'm just going to get behind the wall. Oops. Hey. Oops. You didn't realize he had stopping power. So fuck your calculation because you're dead instantly, right? This is a disaster because if you had known that he had stopping power, instead of running for cover, you would have immediately said, there's no chance I get behind cover, so I need to turn to this guy and shoot him back and hopefully make him flinch or hope that he has no plates so that I kill him or make him stop shooting me before I die here. If I knew he had stopping power, I would have turned and faced rather than continued to run behind this wall. But it's impossible to know if anyone has stopping power until 50 milliseconds later when you're dead, right? So this is why stopping power should especially not be in Warzone. It's a disaster from a gameplay perspective. It's a disaster for a quality of life perspective. And it's just really dumb. Again, this is another feature of this game that is not interactive. You're just not going to know that the guy had stopping power until you're watching the kill cam. And by then, obviously, it's too late. So stopping
and they also didn't show you that they had stopping power up until a few months ago.
That's also... Oh. Great point. Let me add this in as well. Well, fuck me. Hold on. Why is this not working? 1 second, boys. 1 second. Any alcohol in the chat? Okay. So, yes. The problem, of course, with stopping power is just as I described. It makes gunfights inconsistent, and it's just not interactive. It's not a fun and exciting mechanic. I don't think it should be a multiplayer either for the exact same reasons, actually. But it's not nearly as big of a problem in multiplayer because the stakes aren't as high in multiplayer, is what I would say. So,
and the time to kill is already so fast that it almost doesn't make a difference.
Which we will get into, yeah. But Tanner, your thoughts?
That's pretty much it. It is very annoying in Warzone, extremely annoying in Warzone, actually. When it comes to multiplayer, though, I really don't care. Because, yeah, the time to kill is too fast to really make a difference. I mean, it's going to be like a 1 bullet difference at the most, at the absolute most. So, stopping power, I don't have any issues with in multiplayer. It's kind of just like tac sprint. Like, yeah, okay, it'd probably be better if it just weren't in the game. I don't really care. But I'm not going to complain about it in multiplayer. But yeah, when it comes to Warzone, we discussed this last week, I believe, and you turned me to agree with you when it comes to that. Yeah, in Warzone, it's dog shit. It's annoying, and it's because, like you said, there's way more at stake. Maybe you've been playing the same round for 25 minutes. You're towards the end. You're in like the top 15 or something, and then you get lasered by somebody with stopping power. And they only have stopping power because they just so happen to pick it up from a crate.
Yes. 100% luck based, yeah.
Well, that's battle royales. It's all random. Doesn't actually show who the better player is.
Great point as well. Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. Multiplayer, I don't really care about. Warzone, though, it should not be in there at all. 100%
How about
agree.
Dead Silence?
I prefer Dead Silence. Yeah. I think it should exist. I just don't like it as a perk that you could always be using.
Okay.
So the way I have been running it lately is I often run Dead Silence as my field upgrade, and I also run tune-up. So I get it quickly, but I don't have it constantly. And I wouldn't be using it if it weren't for like the field of view increase, which made it feel like you're running a lot quicker.
And the movement speed increase too, yeah.
And the slight movement speed increase, which isn't a ton, but it is a slight increase. Yeah. It's more just it appears that way because it really widens the field of view.
That's both are true, but yeah. It mostly it appears faster than it is, yeah. It's
not even so much that I actually like being silent. It's more because of that, because of the slight increase in the movement speed. And now, if it didn't have that, I would probably not even use it. In multiplayer, I'd probably just run stopping power instead, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, Dead Silence for me is like, I think it would be fine as a field upgrade if footstep audio was fixed in general. But because footstep audio is so loud, that makes Dead Silence insanely OP, in my view. In multiplayer, and especially in Warzone, it's really fucking good. Next point is something I also just remembered. So this would have been earlier on the list, but I just remembered it. Like I said, there's so much bad with this game that it's hard to remember all of them, but this just came to my attention. So kill cams. Hey, not much to say here, right? But the kill cams have never worked.
Never worked.
Since beta, they've not worked once. And they're dog
Absolutely.
Shit. It's literally more rare for a kill cam to work as expected than not. In fact, 90% of the time, a kill cam is literally watching some dude reload, and that's it. He doesn't even get a kill. Like, it's actually insane. And this is something that's very easy to do correctly because Cold War did it correctly in their closed beta. BO4 did it correctly for the entirety of their game. It's super simple to do, and MDub has just never cared to figure that the fuck out. So, any thoughts, TDS?
Oh, it's just another thing I'm excited about for Cold War because the kill cams and best play and all that worked actually better in the Cold War beta than it has ever worked in Modern Warfare.
Oh, for sure.
One of the, God, I don't know, 70th, 80th items on our list that should have been in the game at launch, working kill cams, working best plays.
True.
I play the game. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen a play the game where actually nothing happens. They don't even get a kill. They're broken.
Agreed.
That's all that needs to be said. They're shit. They're fucking shit.
Agreed. 1,000%.
So I can't wait for Cold War in that aspect again.
Yeah, that's one thing that's like, again, not a big deal, but I just thought I would mention it because it's not a big deal, but it's also inexcusable that it just didn't work.
It's not a big deal, but it seems like it's something that's so easy to do because it's never been an issue in any other Call of Duty game ever made.
Literally.
So
exactly, yeah. So, all right, next point here, and now we're getting to the real dog shit. I think this is top 4 now. Yeah, it is. Okay. This is a point that we've talked about a lot. And it is worth, of course, repeating here, which is this. The time to kill is too fast. It's too fast. As we've said many times, the faster the time to kill, the lower the skill gap. Because if it takes you 10 bullets to kill someone, that means if you move really well and you force your enemy to miss, then you're more likely to win the gunfight, which means if you have really good movement, then you've increased the skill gap because you can avoid dying. One example. Another one, aiming your gun. If you have to land 10 bullets, you have to be able to aim your gun for a decent length of time to land those 10 bullets to get the kill. So if your aim is shit and you need to land 10 bullets, then even if you surprise someone, if the person you surprise is better than you, they'll land 10 bullets before you do. However, if you're playing Modern Warfare 2019 Game of the Year Edition, then you only need to land 3 bullets and you get the kill, which really incentivizes camping, one of many mechanics, which we will get to next week, that shrinks the skill gap and incentivizes camping. It's because if I can kill you super quickly, it doesn't matter how good you are. All I have to do is shoot you first, and you're dead. So the time to kill is just too fast. So that is actually a huge problem for me. And it's one of the reasons I really like... Let me rephrase this. One of the things I really liked about BO4 was the slow time to kill. Because if some kid was corner camping and he surprised me and he started fucking my ass with his Maddox Quick Draw 2, because he's a CDL rat, then if he's not good, I don't care if he surprised me. I don't care if he shot me first. I'm going to turn on him. I'm going to have some cracked and goated movement, and my aim is better than his, so he'll die even though he shot me first. Because he can be outplayed because the time to kill is slow, and therefore the skill gap is massively widened. No such skill gap exists in this game. If someone's dog shit and they shoot me first in M-dub, I'm dead almost every time. It doesn't matter how good I am, and it doesn't matter how bad they are. They're just going to shit on me. Tanner, you've written a great point here as number 2, but what are your thoughts? And fill us in.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said so far. The time to kill is way too fast in this game. BO4 was better. I don't know if it was perfect, but I preferred that because it raised the skill gap, as you're saying, by a lot. The biggest issue with Modern Warfare, which you actually talked to me about, towards the launch of the game in the first few months, is how many times you would get randomly hip fired from far away and then get like one body shot and then one lucky headshot, hip fire spraying, and kill you. And I hadn't really thought about that until you had told me. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that happens all the time. You're right. That's never happened in BO4. Like that wasn't a thing recently. Or just be like, you don't have to be good. They would just hit fire spray, or like, so they would aim on you. Let's say their aim goes to shit. they stop ADSing
Exactly.
and like get scared or something and keep spraying, and one random bullet hits me from 40, 50 meters away,
Right.
and it kills me.
Right.
So that was probably the worst part about the time to kill, in my opinion. It's I guess the only positive you can say it had was it made snipers not as OP,
And
right? Which is something you're big on.
Yes.
Is that when you raise the time to kill, but you leave the sniper as a one shot. No, when you raise the time to kill.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
When you raise the time to kill and leave the sniper as a one shot, it makes things like that overpowered, because you have to hit the sniper with an extra bullet or two, but they're still killing you with that one shot.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to have that issue in Cold War. We'll see how they tackle that. But we didn't have that issue in Modern Warfare, which was great.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the only good thing to come out of that.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is, again, something we've talked about a lot, but there are positives to a time to kill this fast. No one knifes me in MW. And people knifed me all the time in BO4 because the time to kill is way faster. You're just not going to knife me before I hip fire shit on you. But also, Tanner, you reminded me, which is actually a very big deal. I would place this point here on this list if I had thought of it initially. Actually, it's that bad. And it's also related to this topic of time to kill being too fast, which is this. The hip fire in this game is fucking insane. If you have no attachments, the hip fire is way too good. The hip fire accuracy, the hip fire spread is way too collapsed with no attachments by default for every gun in the game. Period. Why is that bad? You don't need to be good to hip fire at all. Hey, if you see me on your screen, right, you can hip fire shit on me. You don't need to ADS, which is a yikes, because this is another thing that, of course, lowers the skill gap.
Of course.
This gets much worse when you add in the fact that 5 milliwatt laser and Merc foregrip exist. Here's an example. Symphony, friend of the pod, PC Call of Duty streamer.
Okay, yeah.
Who is very good at this game. He's got insane aim. Most of you have probably heard of him if you're familiar with Twitch at all. Extremely popular streamer. He only plays Warzone, and his secondary weapon in Warzone is an MP5 with a Merc foregrip and 5 milliwatt laser. I'm not kidding, because I've watched his stream quite a bit. I'm not kidding. 85% of the kills he gets with an MP5, he doesn't even consider ADSing. It's all hip fire.
Yeah.
It's all hip fire. Now, Symphony happens to be really good at aiming, so this isn't exactly related to what I'm saying, but the fact that someone does that, who is also really good, speaks to the fact that hip fire is so insane in this game that 85% of the time, it's better to just not aim down your sights. Mm-hmm. And that means hip fire is just too good. Change it. Just in general, with or without attachments, hip fire is too good in this game, even by Call of Duty standards. And that is especially true and exacerbated by attachments that make your hip fire accuracy even better. Way too much better, by the way. Like 5 milliwatt laser mainly, and also Merc foregrip.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on hip fire, Tanner? How often do you hip fire?
A lot.
Yeah.
Especially in Warzone, like you're saying, that's a perfect example, is with an MP5, any of the shotguns. The MP5 is better, I would say, probably up to... God, it may be all the way out to like 10, 15 meters that I would rather hip fire.
15. I was going to say 15, yeah.
Probably about 15 meters. Hip firing is really fucking good if you set the gun up correctly. So it's crazy that the hip fire can be that good. Your movement speed can be that good. Your ADS time can be that good. Your sprint to fire time for that weapon could be that good. Again, another reason why the MP5 is a little overpowered, right?
Little,
It has all of those bonuses.
a little bit, yeah.
But yeah, another thing BO4 didn't have was nutty hipfire. I mean, the Switchblade was very overpowered, but I don't ever remember hip firing with it. I'm not kidding. I would ADS every time. You'd have to.
Yes.
Because the spread would be way too wide.
The hipfire was not very good in BO4. It was appropriate, is my point, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That another thing. The hipfire is. I'm surprised I forgot this because I've complained about this a lot. The hipfire is way too fucking strong in this game, and I hate it. Because it's another thing, like, dude, if I don't have to ADS, I don't have to be nearly as precise with my aim, and that just massively shrinks the skill gap. And this is just another mechanic in this dog shit game that tries to just force everyone to the middle. Force everyone to the 1.0 KD, which we will, of course, get into mostly next week. But next point here, let's move on. I don't know if I should have placed this in this location because it's it's a specific point.
Yeah, I don't think it should be this far down.
Okay.
Because like you said, it's pretty specific.
Yeah, but we'll get into it. Okay, so our next point here is ground war having vehicles. Let me start by saying this. It just shouldn't have vehicles. Hold on, let me rephrase. It should not have vehicles that can shoot things out of the vehicles. So no APCs with turrets, no fucking 150 millimeter cannons out of your tanks. If we want to have ATVs, great. If we want to have Jeep Wranglers, like the River Rat Tanner drives in his off time, fine. That's great.
Cherokee, but yeah.
I'll keep that in mind for sure. Only a river rat would know the distinction, by the way.
An average human being would know the difference between two vehicles. But
I'll for sure keep that in mind. Helicopters too, great, fine. Because none of those things shoot bullets out of them. But the problem, of course, is tanks. So, APC versus tank, hey, I don't work for Halliburton. I don't know the difference. Also, don't care. They're things you get into where you cannot be shot, and also you can shoot rockets out of it that just one-tap groups of people with massive, splash damage. Change it. Or also, don't change it. Take it out of the game. The most fun it is possible to have on Ground War is in these two scenarios. Number one, it is Boots on the Ground War, which is a limited time playlist that we've seen a handful of times, which is just Ground War without vehicles. Fantastic. I have so much more fun, and it is in fact way better. Number two scenario where I actually have fun on Ground War is when I get the map Anaya Palace. Now, what is interesting, exactly, air horns abound. What is interesting and unique about Anaya Palace Ground War? I'll fill you in. It doesn't have tanks. It doesn't have vehicles that can shoot people. And it is not a coincidence, by the way, that makes it the most fun map to play. Unsurprisingly. Because this is not Battlefield. And I know that they're going for Battlefield vibes with Ground War. That's great. But if you want to add vehicles into your large-scale game modes, you need to also add the sophistication that Battlefield had. Where are my fighter jets? Where is my blowtorch weapon where I can repair vehicles? Where's my respawn timer for vehicles, by the way? Hey, when's the last time you played Ground War and someone was not driving a tank?
Never.
Never.
Think of any time on farmland, there's always an enemy APC somewhere. They're never there's never none. It's always there.
And I know, look, and I want you guys to listen to what Tanner just said, because I know that on this broadcast, on this program, we exaggerate pretty often. Fair. So maybe you're thinking, oh, they're being hyperbolic. In this case, it is literally true, and I'm not joking. I'm being 100% sincere. I literally have never played Ground War and there has not been an enemy in a tank or an APC ever. I'm not kidding. It's literally never happened because the respawn timer is instant. It's instant. And there's no counterplay to tanks either. They're way too tanky. I've even chosen before in Ground War to run Estrella because I got so fucking mauled at tanks, right? So I switched to my Strela, and it takes like 4 Strela shots to kill the tank. So it's just way too like tanky. XD. And there's no counterplay because I'm not going to shoot it 4 times. Especially because it's going to respawn instantly and then another one's going to roll up in 10 seconds and I'm out of fucking Strela ammo. So there's no counterplay. And they respawn too often and they're just not, it's so obvious that they are an afterthought in this game.
100%.
And they're just, it's another one of these things that is, it's not interactive. When you see a tank on Ground War, what is the best course of action to take? Run away. Avoid it.
Yeah.
That is the definition of not interactive at all. You have to choose to not interact with it by getting the fuck out of the way. So vehicles actually ruined Ground War as far as I'm concerned. It made a playlist that could be literally 3 times as fun completely unfun just by their mere existence. So, Tanner, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, like Anaya Palace, by far my favorite Ground War map. It's an amazing map.
Yeah.
And primarily it's because it's a smaller Ground War map and there's no vehicles with guns on it, like Raz said. So yeah, it has ATVs where you can drive around, get to the other side of the map very quickly. But there's nobody with a tank fucking my ass, you know?
Right.
Farmland is another fun one. It's entirely too big. So you need the vehicles for transport, but even without tanks, it plays well because everyone ends up fighting between usually, is it B and C?
It is, yes, 1,000% it's
A,
B and
B,
C.
C. It's like B, C, and D. The action is always there. Or like
It's
if
usually
the other
B,
team
C.
starts pushing you and they're at your flag, there's action there. It's a very big map, but wherever you are, you're always shooting somebody. So we don't need takes on that too. Like Raz was saying, that's the issue is it'd be different if like we could carry a secondary and then have a launcher or something, then tanks wouldn't be as overpowered. But it's nobody uses launcher. To come to think about it, I don't know how these vehicles are dying. I think they're usually dying because they start battling another tank
Yes,
and one of them
exactly what I
kills
was
the
gonna
other
say.
one, right?
Yes.
Because nobody that I ever watch, that I ever see uses any sort, like an RPG or anything in Ground War. They just don't. So yeah, tanks ruin it.
Yeah.
It's a great game mode. It's a great idea. And Boots on the War is so much better. Or better yet, only have one Ground War map. Just have an Anaya Palace. I don't know. I haven't played that map in literally a few months. I'm not exaggerating.
That's a great point too. Why are they shadow banning Anaya Palace?
I
Ground
don't
War?
think it exists in Ground War anymore. I am not joking.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in fucking forever. But yeah, like you're saying, it doesn't have the same system as Battlefield. There's too many counters in Battlefield. It's like a bunch of people have rocket launchers. There's tanks. There's helicopters. There's mines. There all sorts of things. The C4s do a ton of damage to the vehicles. At least in the old Battlefield. I haven't played like the last 2, but that's how they used to be.
And they don't instantly respawn.
They don't instantly respawn. Yeah, you have to wait a few minutes.
And there's a reload time when you shoot like 3 rockets. You have to like reload for literally like 7 seconds or something. And then during which time some infantryman can run up and C4 you and your whole squad's dead.
Yeah. They can even blow your tank up using their repair tool if they run up and start quote unquote repairing you. If they're on the other team, it
Like
damages you.
sabotaging, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of counters to it. Whereas in this game, there's not. There's one. It's somebody on your team has to have a rocket launcher, or it's they get into a tank versus tank fight.
Yeah.
And I think that's how they usually end up dying. Because otherwise, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like, think about if I wanted to kill an enemy in a tank, I'd have to shoot Estrella at him literally, I think, 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could get out my gun, and with a slow time to kill, I could shoot someone for 170 milliseconds and they're dead. What do you think I'm going to do? Like, why would I bother going after the tank? It's just fucking dumb. There's no incentive to do it.
Yeah.
So it's just tanks are an afterthought, and it shows, as the Zoomers would say. So yeah, that's a big deal to me. And it like Tanner said, it ruined an otherwise pretty fucking fun playlist. Now, there were problems with Ground War, which we're going to get into, but by and large, it's really good, except for vehicles. So now we're getting into the top 2 problems. The top 2 bad problems. Not ugly, because, hey, we're going to get into it next week when it's going to get disgusting. Ugly, some might say. But as far as bad goes, these are the top 2 bad things about this trash game, hence my Halloween costume, that we have enumerated. So, and these are actually quite related. So let me start here. Warzone. Warzone, we laid a lot of praise at its feet last week for good reason. Warzone is actually great. It's fun. It's unironically innovative. It's different than every other BR. It has a lot of things going for it. And it is no surprise to me that Warzone is hailed as the best BR of all time by many. And that's for good reason. There are many reasons to think that. However, here's one reason to not think that. And it's a pretty big reason, by the way, which is why it's number 2 on our list, which is Verdansk. The map. The Warzone map. Now, you might be asking, hey, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with the map? Is it too big? No. Should there be 2 planes, but there aren't? No. Oh, what's wrong with Verdansk? What's wrong with the Warzone map? Super simple, and we've talked about this as well. Warzone map has, quote, way too many buildings. Way too many buildings. Winning or losing in the final circle, more often than not, is determined by where that final circle ends. Because oftentimes, in fact, more often than not, because there are so many fucking buildings, it's like I'm playing on Manhattan. Like, the Warzone map is Manhattan. And if the circle ends in Central Park, I'm fucking thrilled because there's no buildings. But otherwise, if it's not in that 10% of the map, it's going to be in fucking, I don't know, Fifth Avenue. And there's going to be 8 buildings that are 1 meter apart that are also 35 stories tall. And what's wrong with buildings in a Warzone map? Such a good question. Let me
Great question.
Great
question, whoever asked that. Thank you.
Fantastic question, listener, who did in fact ask that, because I'm communicating through time and space telepathically. Let me revisit this. Winning or losing in the final circle is more often than not dependent upon where that circle ends, because oftentimes there's like 1 building in the final circle and one team just happens to be near it and the other team isn't, and I'll give you a guess at who you think's gonna fucking win that fight. By the way, if you're dumb, right? If you have a double-digit IQ, I'll fill you in. It's the team that is in the building. But that's not even the worst of it. The worst of it is there are so many buildings on this Warzone map that it massively incentivizes people to camp in those buildings, which are safe spaces, which Tanner has talked about profusely this evening, which we will, of course, get into.
Andes.
Any safe space Andes, which we will get into next week more. But it is salient to this topic, which is that, like, it's another mechanic. The very map we play on is and I'm not kidding. The very map that we play on is a mechanic that is designed to incentivize camping. There are just too many buildings, and it's very easy to sit on the, I think it's literally the like 19th floor for like Trump Tower. I think it's about 19 stories tall. It's very easy to go there, put some claymores down, and you're just not bothered by anyone. You just can't die. It's impossible to push buildings in this game.
No.
Yeah. And it's just, there are too many buildings of this kind. Irrespective of the fact that they're skyscrapers, even a one-story building, maybe a ranch-style home, is still really good. It's 4 fucking walls. And it's just like, if you're in the building and other people aren't, you have such a massive advantage because you're a camping rat. But also, you're almost not a rat because you're forced to play this way if you want to win the game. And that's a goddamn shame. And the reason for that, of course, is the map. And Tanner and I have fantasized about many times about what if we took Modern Warfare, or excuse me, Warzone, but the only change we made was we substituted the PUBG map in for Verdansk. How much more fun would that game be? I mean, so much more fun.
Well, the visibility would be so bad you wouldn't be able to see people.
That's
But
true. That's Modern Warfare's fault, not PUBG's fault, though.
I prefer the PUBG maps. Absolutely.
Of course. So the point here is this. Warzone has too many buildings. Change it. It incentivizes camping. It makes winning the actual Warzone match in the final circle almost always, it's like, who got more lucky with the final circle? Who's closer to the building? Oh, team B is. They just win by default unless they literally have a stroke on their stream.
Yeah.
So, Tanner, what are your thoughts? Are there too many buildings in the Warzone map? What are your problems with the Warzone map?
So, there are too many buildings in downtown for the entire map. So you take the amount of buildings that are in downtown, that's more than enough than I want on the entire BR map. The entire map.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is fucking terrible. Yeah, what it always comes down to, like you're saying, is it's all about random placement. So somebody's not even doing a recon. They're looting a certain area. The zone just happens to come to them. Like, oh, okay, cool. Hey, let's go up in this 4-story building. So they're not better than you, like a typical battle royale. They're not better than you, but they got that random placement because they were looting that area. The zone came to them. So they're camping on the edge of the gas in a 4-story building, and you don't stand a chance because you're going to be running somewhere without cover, whereas they're head glitching you and just beaming you.
And they're mounted.
So let's either make the map just one giant building, or cut the buildings down by 75%.
Yes.
You know, like you're saying, I'm not mad about having 1-story buildings, like little like houses. Even 2-story buildings are okay, like little 2-story houses. But when we have numerous areas on the map that have 4-story, 6-story, 19-story buildings, no, that's too many. Like, I don't care that you can't look out most of the windows on the 19-story building. It's the fact that they can get up top, shoot down on you, get a mean head glitch, and you don't really stand a chance unless you just so happen to have a sniper on your team, and your sniper is very good and capable of killing them. Otherwise, they have the advantage every time, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So yeah, the map layout itself isn't horrible. It's just the areas with buildings really needs to be cut down. Like, say an area like military, right? There's a ton of structures, there's a lot of buildings, but I don't really get mad there because nothing has verticality to it.
That's such a good point, dude. I agree with you so much. Go
right?
on.
So like military, we love that area, and there's little shacks everywhere. I don't even know what it is now that I think about it. Is it like little barracks? For the
the tents?
I don't know. What is it supposed to be? Kind of tents? Yeah, barracks.
That's actually a good question.
What are
they?
they? Is it like little
trailers?
I don't know, like storage buildings
you're
or something?
A river rat. You tell me. Is that
I
a
don't
trailer
know.
park? Is military
I don't
base
know.
a trailer
Yeah,
park?
I do live in a trailer. Yeah, I live in a trailer park for sure.
Yeah, what the fuck are those buildings?
That's a good question.
But areas like that don't really bother me. That other little place to the northwest of Stadium, where it's like the little housing area, little tiny.
Oh, like the apartments.
It's like a little block of houses. Areas like that are perfectly fine. There's like one street. There's houses on both sides. It's to the east of apartments, and it's to the northwest of Stadium.
Oh, the cul-de-sac.
And it's that cul-de-sac area.
Yeah, that's great
That is
too,
another good example of a fine area. There's buildings there. They're 1-story buildings or they're 2-story buildings. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Have concentrations of that across the map. But let's not put a downtown on Verdansk at all. Take it out. I don't want to see it. I don't ever want the zone to go that way. I don't ever want to have to come within 300 meters of downtown, ever. Shouldn't exist.
True.
BRs are already too random as it is. I don't want kids camping on buildings because they just so happen to land there, not knowing the zone would end there, and now they're just going to say, oh, let's just sit here. And their KD is a third of mine. But they have the advantage because they're on top of a 19-story building, and I'm running in the open, having no choice to get to the zone.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, great point. I would like to ask you, okay, so here's my question, Tanner.
Uh-huh.
We have Verdansk. Every single building that is greater than 2 stories is reduced to either 2 stories in height or 1 story in height. Okay. Would that constitute a good map?
I think so. Like I said, the layout of Verdansk is fine. It's just the areas with buildings have too many buildings generally. Promenade, too many buildings. It's like train station is okay. I think the height of train station is the tallest I would go. Like getting on the rooftops there. That's the absolute tallest I would go for the entire map. You know, nothing, no building taller than that. Nothing.
I think, so what you're talking about with verticality, I absolutely agree with you that is a massive fucking problem, for sure. And I also agree with you that there should not be, downtown just shouldn't exist at all.
Yeah.
Like the buildings are too tall, and it's just too much of a hashtag power position. Shout out to Joe Apricot, enemy of the pod. But even if all of the buildings were only 2 or 1 stories tall, I would still say there's too many of them. I would still say there are too many buildings. So even if downtown everything was like a 1-story home,
yeah,
I would still say there's just too many buildings on this map. We need to reduce it fantastically.
Yeah.
So I mean, I agree with you that the verticality is a huge problem, but even if that were solved for, I would still say there's just too many buildings, because then when the final circle ends and there's 1 building, it's just, okay, bet this guy who's in the building just wins. Like in PUBG, I didn't play PUBG, but I watched a number of streams, and every stream I can remember watching, the final circle was in the fucking woods, dude. It
Yep.
was some dickhead by a tree or a rock, maybe, or not, or he was by dick all, but maybe he's by a tree or a rock, and then the other dude on the other side of the circle is not in a building. He's also on maybe a tree or a rock. And then all of a sudden we have, which is a crazy concept. This is a crazy concept for Modern Warfare because it almost never happens. What we would have is a gunfight.
Yeah.
A gunfight, which is what we want to see in a first-person shooter game. But in fact, in Warzone, 95% of the circles do not end in gunfights. They end in one retard being in a power position, whether that be a building or on the roof of a building, and then some other poor sap who's in a fucking sand trap on the 9th hole of a golf course. And there's just no fucking chance that dude's winning. Let me put it this way. If I was playing solos and I was on top of Trump Tower and Nate Gibson and Syrian were the final two players who were on a duo team and I'm solo, if I'm on Trump Tower and they're below me, if I've got my Claymore set up, I win that. Now, I would ask you this. In what universe should I be able to 1v2 Nate Gibson and Syrian, players who are significant in every sense of the word, significantly more skilled than I am at every possible facet of a first-person shooter? The answer is, of course, as Tanner said, never. 0% of the time. It should be literally impossible for me to win that. It should be literally impossible. No matter how lucky I get, it should be impossible for me to 1v2 Nate Gibson and Syrian. But because of the dog shit layout of this dog shit map, it is unfortunately conceivable that I would actually win that. And that shouldn't be the case because skill gap should mean something. But it doesn't with this map, oftentimes.
Yeah.
So, agreed. By the way, go ahead.
Another great BR map I thought was H1Z1. And again, you were always out in the open having gunfights. Like you would have so few areas to be in cover that you'd have to use your vehicle as cover. You'd have to drive around, stop, and use your vehicle as cover. Otherwise, you're like hiding behind a tree, you know?
Right.
And that you had really good gunfights in that game because of that reason. Like, and the zone never ended in an area with buildings. There weren't a lot of buildings on the map to begin with.
Exactly.
But it was always like, it's like even so PUBG doesn't have a ton of buildings on some of the maps, at least like where the zone ends. They have tall mountains though. Which I think takes more skill because somebody will be on top of a mountain looking down and it's like, you know, they're up there. So you got to find a way to kind of flank them and still get shots off.
Yes.
It's not as easy though to shit on somebody else like when you're on the top of a mountain compared to sitting in a window of a building. It's easier to escape. Like, you're like, oh, okay, they know I'm here in this window. I'm just going to go down the stairs and, you know, go in this window or leave the building, get behind the building. You can't do that when it comes to like a mountaintop, you know? It's like you just have to choose to peek. You have to choose to peek a different area of the mountain or just take the risk and try to kill him.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. And the reason for that is if you're on a mountaintop, you are in a power position. But the difference between a mountaintop and a building is that you don't have 4 walls to protect you. Like if I'm in a building and I get in a gunfight with someone who's in a field, they could literally down me and I genuinely don't care because I'm just going to get rezzed because I have 4 walls to protect me and it's impossible for me to get like thirsted. If you're on a mountaintop and you get downed, that's sketchy because you can get shot from behind. You can get shot from the sides. It's impossible for that to happen in a building. Such a good fucking point, Tanner. Because we're not saying that like, we don't want to make positioning irrelevant. We don't want to play in Iowa where it's just, whatever, fucking one road that is 300 miles long and it's entirely flat. And then there's like cornfields. That's not the map we're advocating for. We want terrain. We want power positions. We want some buildings, but we don't want the density of buildings that we are subjected to in Verdansk. So great point, Tanner. Such an excellent point. By the way, we have some Call of Duty royalty in the chat. Razinon PC. I think of Team EXE. Am I bugging, Tanner? Razinon, if you're still here, I believe you're on Team EXE. I used your clip, your video clip, which you were very gracious to create, by the way, in which you were playing the Cold War beta on keyboard and mouse because you're a masochist, right? So you were playing that, and then you clipped what should have been a very easy kill, but you were documenting how dog shit the hit reg was on Cold War beta. So you played the clip and then you slowed it down, and it was just a disaster because the beta was not great for PC players, particularly because of hit reg, but also aim assist, which we will talk about again another time. But anyways, Razinon PC, I believe you're Team EXE. You are officially now a friend of the pod. You've been VIP'd. Welcome, brother. You may or may not be here. That's fine. But I just wanted to say Raidon PC, one word, twitch.tv, follow him now if you're listening to this broadcast. Here's what you should do, actually. Go to Team EXE on Twitter, follow the account, and then find everyone on that team and follow them, because this is what I love about Team EXE, and it's why they're my favorite organization, is because they only allow insanely good players who also only play keyboard and mouse onto their team. So if I've never heard of someone, but they're on Team EXE, I know automatically that they're worth watching. So big shout out to Team EXE, friends of the pod, of course, and Razinon PC as well. Also a friend of the pod, who is not here, it would appear, or he just chooses.
I don't
not
know
to
if he's
type
on
anything.
Team EXE.
I'm not
We've
sure
seen
either.
his. I don't
I'm not
know.
sure
I've
either.
seen his clips and I know he's good, but
He's insane. He is he plays on keyboard and mouse, and he is of the requisite caliber to be on Team EXE if he or Team EXE chose to. So he's vetted as far as I'm concerned, because I've seen him play. But anyways, welcome. Just wanted to shout you out real quick. And now let's move on. We're closing in on the end of this broadcast, this program. This is another point that I had very recently remembered. This point wouldn't have gone quite here, but it would have been pretty high on the list. And that is a gameplay mechanic that Infinity Ward, in their infinite wisdom, chose to implement in this game, which is mounting, weapon mounting. You press a keybind, you place your weapon on a fucking wall, and then you experience zero recoil. And also, it makes you head glitch even harder than if you were merely crouching behind the wall.
Yep.
So there are walls that are like 2 feet tall. Not kidding, like 2 feet tall, where if you crouched behind it but didn't mount, then 40% of your body would be showing. But then if you press the mount keybind, you collapse your hitbox even further to like 15% of your hitbox is showing.
Oh, at the most.
Yeah, exactly. At the absolute most. So number one, it shrinks your hitbox, which is a yikes. And number two, it makes your weapon not have recoil, also a yikes. And number three, which goes back to what Tanner was alluding to throughout this program, it is yet another mechanic that incentivizes camping, which is weapon mounting, which is a yikes. Now, is weapon mounting something that people do in real life? Of course it is. Is it realistic how it behaves in this game? I don't know about that, but fairly realistic.
Probably, somewhat probably.
It's definitely going to reduce your recoil. That's for fucking sure. Because you're bracing your gun on some structure. So, great. But here's what we've said, I mean, dozens of times, is realism, the concept of realism, can dislocate its jaw and open its mouth as widely as it is anatomically possible to do and throat my cock, right?
Jesus.
Realism.
That'd be open pretty big.
Oh, you'd have to dislocate your jaw, which is why I mentioned
Yeah.
it. If you are realism, the concept of realism, right? It can suck my cock. I don't care about realism. We're playing a video game, right? We're playing a video game, and realism is cool if you can implement something that is realistic, that is 100% aligned with fun gameplay. Now, a lot of things are actually aligned in this way, where you can make something super realistic, and whatever that thing is that you made realistic will also serve to make the gameplay experience fun. For example, in one of the campaign missions, when you're raiding an apartment in Urzikstan, which is a fake country, but it doesn't matter, and you're doing it at night, the uniforms on all of the SEAL team that is storming this apartment building at night, they have ultraviolet patches on their uniforms that indicate that they are friendlies, and it's only visible when you have night vision goggles on. Cool. Great. Hey, no, I'm not being facetious. That is cool. It is realistic because that is literally what they do in the teams. The teams, by the way, I was a frogman, so ask me anything. That's a joke, by the way. There is no stolen valor in the chat. But that is a realistic thing that the SEAL teams actually do when they're doing night raids. They'll put ultraviolet patches on their uniforms so that they are more easily identifiable by their squad mates who are
Interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Who are using night vision goggles. You will be able to more easily identify them. This is hyper realistic. It doesn't get more realistic than that. That is what their uniforms look like down to the most minute detail that no one even really noticed, except for, of course, some Korean dude who made a YouTube video, which I watched on this campaign mission. That's how I know that, by the way. So, which should be obvious because I was not a member of the Navy SEALs, which again should be obvious. Let's move on. That is an example of realism that is aligned with fun and exciting gameplay. Here's what's not an example of realism aligned with fun and exciting gameplay. Mounting. Weapon mounting. Hey, I don't care if it's realistic. I don't care if it works well. I don't care if people do it in the fucking real life. I don't care if you're an army ranger and you say weapon mounting is super fucking good in real life, so I should be allowed to do it in this game. Hey, ranger, dislocate your jaw, open your mouth, and suck my cock. Because I don't care about realism.
Jesus.
If your realistic mechanic is going to go against the gameplay experience. Gameplay experience is king, and if you can have realism and gameplay experience synergized and aligned, that is of course ideal. But if you can't have that, then you choose gameplay experience every time. Do not ever choose realism.
I agree with that. For Call of Duty, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for Call of Duty. This is not Squad. This is not some fucking sandbox MMO shooter where you role play as fucking some whatever army infantryman in Fallujah in 2006. Yeah. That's not what we're doing here. This is an arcade shooter, and here's the most important point. This is a video game, right? A video game. So fuck your realism, suck my cock, and we're going to do gameplay mechanics are king. And mounting, as a result, therefore, should not be in this game. Period. In any capacity ever. I'm not advocating that we change how weapon mounting works. Wrong. Fake news. Here's what I'm advocating for. Don't allow people to mount their weapons. I don't care if it's realistic. Tanner, your thoughts?
If we were to have anything, I've said this numerous times, I like having leaning in the game. But it's difficult to implement for people who play on controller because it's 2 other buttons they need to have. Whereas mounting is just like, you can double click a button. I don't even know what it is on controller. I should know since I'm a controller shitter for Halloween. But mounting is way easier to implement because it's 1 button no matter which way you're mounting, left, right. If there's a small platform in front of you, you're mounting your gun on top of that. Leaning, I think, creates a higher skill gap. So if we're going to do anything, hey, put leaning in the game, right?
Agreed.
Tell people on controller to play on mouse and keyboard. Figure it out.
Agreed.
That's hard to believe for all you 14-year-olds listening to this, which is probably very few of you because most of you are adults. But yeah, like back in COD 4, COD 2, playing on PC was completely different than playing on console. You could lean. You couldn't do that on console. You guys probably didn't even know that was a thing. If
the
you never
latest
played on
game
PC.
that was the case for was World War II, which was literally 2 games ago. You could lean on PC. That was not possible on console.
Got it.
So anyway, go on. Sorry.
But yeah, so mounting's dog shit. Obviously, it would have been like towards the top of this list on the bad. I don't think it's a huge issue anymore. More towards the beginning of the game when people were going for camos and stuff, mounting was a big problem because it gives you, like Raz was saying, your hitbox is shrunken entirely. I mean, there are some corners you could mount on, and from certain angles you would like only see their gun. It was bad, but they could see your whole body and shoot you. And like on their screen, their body was around it, but you couldn't see that because it was shit. So yeah, mounting just shouldn't have been in the game. Basically, there was no reason to add it in. Again, it's another one of the things they added to this game. No Call of Duty has ever done that. Doesn't belong. It's just another thing for bad players to use to try to gain an advantage. They wanted every possible option for shit players to perform better so they could keep them playing the game and in turn make more money off of them. So yeah, if we're going to add anything, let's do leaning, because it's like you don't just press a button and mount up. Like you can crouch, lean out real quick, take a shot, stand back up, peek that angle. I don't know. It adds way more skill than just mounting up on something and sitting there and having a shrunken.
Exactly. Leaning doesn't incentivize camping. Mounting does. That's the biggest problem for me. And also, mounting does not take skill to maximize its effectiveness. Maybe there's some amount of skill in learning when you should mount and when you shouldn't. I would be open to that argument, and I think there's some truth to it. But with leaning, you can't be shit and like lean well. Like you leaning, if you're dog shit, is just never gonna work for you. Whereas if you're dog shit and you mount, it's gonna work for you very often. So it's another thing where like leaning, like you were saying, increases skill gap, mounting decreases it, and further, it incentivizes camping, which leaning does not. I think those are the 2 key differences, I would say. So, with that said, we are at our last point in the bad.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised you put this in the bad, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's fuck. I know. Maybe it shouldn't be in the bad. It's possible. It's difficult to say. Fuck. You might be right, but I think we should just hit it.
Yeah. I mean, it is the last thing on the bad, so it's essentially ugly anyways.
Yeah, right.
But yeah,
it's on the precipice.
Because we'll get to writing the notes for next week, and then we'll think of other things that should have been bad anyways that then we'll have to add to that. So
That's also true.
just keep in mind this is the worst of the bad, and it's essentially ugly as well.
Right. And yeah, here's another thing. What we're about to talk about is, I mean, it is borderline a crime against humanity. I mean, I would like to put Joe Apricot and his team of developers, enemies of the pod, I would like to get on a time machine, take them to the Nuremberg trials, and have them tried in fucking Switzerland for crimes against humanity, right? Because this is, I mean, it's offensively bad. I think Tanner's probably right. This probably should have gone in the ugly section, but there's some dispute about whether or not it should. And hey, by the way, the ugly podcast is long enough anyway. So we're gonna shoehorn this in.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to talk about next week. Hey, did you think we were getting started? I'm sorry. Hey, oops. Did you think we were getting started? Because we're not, actually. It gets so much worse than even this last point, right? It gets so much worse because this game, I can't stress this enough. This is such a dog shit bad game, fundamentally. And it's a travesty. It disgusts me how bad this game is, but I digress. Our last point this evening, and we will get to things that are far worse, which is, it's actually crazy that there are things worse than this, but that's how trash Modern Warfare is, hence my costume. And that is this. I have one word for you, and then I'll expound upon that word. Maps.
I'll be right back while you start talking about this.
Okay.
I'll be able to hear you still.
Got it. Maps. Now, you might be asking me, dear listener, whom I appreciate, by the way, youtube.com/Razinon. Make sure to subscribe. It's free. You might be asking me, hey, wait, what's bad about the maps in this game? And the first thing I would say in response to that is unsubscribe from this podcast. And then when you're done doing that, you should be shot in the street like a dog in game, of course. In game, of course. You should be shot. You should be hung. You should be hanged, excuse me, in the town square in which you live. In game, of course. Number one. Number two, I would say, oh, well, there's a lot of things that are bad. I mean, inconceivably, unconscionably bad about the maps in this game. So let me go through a few. Let's start. Let me start with this. There isn't a good map in this game, right? So I want you guys who are listening, and I'm not kidding, because there are a lot of people who listen to this podcast that fucking mauled that we hate on Modern Warfare so often. They get butthurt that we like shit on this game because they're like stans of the game and they think it's fun and exciting. So to those people, I would say, again, you should be shot in game, of course. But after I said, that's a joke, by the way. We're talking about video games, guys. I don't think anyone should be shot in any capacity. It's also not a big deal. And also, I can't stress this enough. This is a podcast. I'm wearing a costume. Hey, let me put it this way. I'm sitting in my chair in front of my computer on a Saturday night wearing a trash can costume.
On Halloween, not out.
On Halloween.
At home.
at it in my home, right? So
His parents.
which is my parents' home, and I'm 28 years old. So so let me be super clear. My opinion could not matter less on any topic. I am
Jesus.
I'm just a failure, right? So
Hell yeah.
my opinion does not matter. Number
Got
one.
a philosophy degree. You would have been better off not going to college at all.
I got a philosophy degree, also known as a barista certification. So my opinion couldn't matter less, number one. And number two, even if it did matter, right? You're listening to a podcast about a video game. So, I mean, nothing could be less consequential than my opinion on any topic, but especially on this topic, which is video games. But nonetheless, you should be shot in game. In game, of course. I'm kidding, obviously. I think I've made that clear. So number one, not a single map in this game is good, besides Shoot House. There is precisely one good map in the game, and it is Shoot House. Now let me give credit where credit is due. Shoot House is not only a good map, I would say Shoot House is a great map.
Okay.
Real quick, is it a top 10 map in the Call of Duty library? Of course not. Oh, no, hold on. Don't get it twisted. Of course it's not a top 10 map.
Didn't you put it in the top
absurd.
10 on that Patreon episode?
No.
Did I?
No, you didn't. Of course. I would have gone to your home and garroted you and vlogged it.
I would have shot you like a dog.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we would have murdered each other extrajudicially because we would have deserved it if we had put this on a top 10 list. Because, let me say this again, I'm guffawing at the prospect this is a top 10 map. Of course not. Of course it's not a top 10 map. Of course not. But it is a great map, actually. It's a very good map. I really enjoy Shoot House. So there's the credit where credit is due. But with that said, let me ask the question again, or let me finish asking the question. Dear listener, who is a stan for MDub, I want you to construct a top 20 list of Call of Duty maps across all games of all time. Does any map from Modern Warfare make the top 20 list? Probably not, right? Now that's a problem. That's a problem. Because every Call of Duty I've played, one of their maps is going to make the top 20. One of them will, right? I mean, BO4, for example, it had a bunch of absolute banger remasters, but one of the original maps that would for sure make it into my top 20 is Icebreaker. Perhaps another one is Contraband. Those are great original maps from that game. It would make it into my top 20. When you look at Modern Warfare, does a map exist that's top 20 of all of Call of Duty games? Of course not. Of course not. They're fucking dog shit. They're dog shit trash, dude. They're so bad. So Shoot House is a great map. I actually really like it, but it's not exceptional. It's not top 20 material.
Oh, of course not.
And by the way, not super hard to get into the top 20.
It may be top 20, actually. It's top 20, I think.
Okay, we'll revisit that, but...
We're not going to, but I think it's probably in the top 20.
Okay. Well, I wasn't implying we should go through our top 20 maps, but anyways.
Let's go through the top 20.
But Shoot House is a great map. Okay, fair. So there's the credit that I've given. What other maps are even good in this game? Now, I will concede that there are I shouldn't say a number. There are 5 or fewer decent maps in Modern Warfare. They're decent maps. I don't mauled when they show up on my playlist. And this is excluding, of course, remakes, by the way, because obviously Shipment's fantastic, but it's not an MW map, it's a remake. So there are maybe 5 other decent. Let me rephrase. There are 5 other playable maps, right? But none of them are good. There's one good map, which is Shoot House. None of the other ones are good. And we're going to get into why. But first, I want to send it over to TDS here. Are there any good maps in this game besides Shoot House?
So I have a map list pulled up so I can really think about this and go through it. When we're saying good, like, are we saying really good or just like, oh, it was an okay map? Are we talking about like actual good and be like, oh, I'd love to play this map right now? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking better than neutral. So for example, if we were playing BO4 and like, what's the fucking map? God damn it. No, I'm so mauled. Oh my God. What is the map on BO4 that's very big and there's the church that people camp in?
Oh, is it Hacienda?
It's not Hacienda.
No, that's not Hacienda.
Militia.
Militia. Okay.
So when BO4 Militia came up, I'm gonna try to assume what your reaction was. Okay, domination on Militia. Your emotions are unchanged. You're not mad about it. You're not happy about it. You just don't care at all.
Yeah.
So if Hacienda Twilight came up, your emotions would be negatively impacted. If Nuketown came up, your emotions would be positively impacted. That's my criterion here. Are there any maps that are better than Militia BO4 reaction besides Shoot House in this game that is not a remake?
Hackney Yard is decent. I like Atlas Superstore.
Okay.
And then Candor Hideout. I think those are the 3 best maps to come out of this game. And yeah, none of those like 6v6 or 10v10 multiplayer maps would make my top 10 COD of all time.
Okay, interesting. And then how do you feel about Shoot House? Great?
Shoot House is good because there couldn't be a more 3-lane map than Shoot House. A more 3-lane map doesn't exist.
That's true. That's true.
It is like, that's the first 3-lane map they ever make. And they're like, oh, this is what a 3-lane map is. We're going to base a bunch of other maps off of this. This is the basic layout and design that we want. Expand on this.
It is
right?
The prototypical 3-lane map.
So that's what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shoot House is fun. I don't know. There's maps that I had fun playing, but realistically, they were fucking horrible maps. Like Euphrates. Fucking hated that map for the first 3 months of this game, 2 months of this game. And then I don't know why I started doing really good on it all the time. And that actually turned into one of my favorite 10v10 maps because we destroyed kids on it. But don't get me wrong. It was one of the worst maps ever made. But I had fun on it for some reason.
Yeah, it's because it's
That's
abusable.
Exactly why.
So when you learn how to abuse it, then you have fun because you're, abusing
it. Would be great for streaks too. If you had like Chopper Gunner, Gunship, you would just spawn rape them. White Foss, one of the few maps that White Foss was really good on outside of Ground War was Euphrates. So maps like that were fun. Arklov I used to love. It's kind of gone downhill. It's
the same way.
I realize now it's just entirely too big.
Yes.
The lanes are too long to flank. Takes too long to get around the outside edges. Like you could run around for a long time without having a line of sight on somebody because of the routes. So yeah. Oh, the maps are fucking awful in this game. They don't know what they're doing. There wasn't a decent map truly until Shoot House came out. Everyone complained about it. Then when Shoot House came out, everyone was like, oh, okay, there's finally like a decent 3-lane map in this game.
Yeah, agreed. So let me go into some reasons why. Because some of you might be like, okay, well, hey, that's just your opinion, man. Now, we have a lot of boomers that listen to this program. So you would know, of course, where that quote is from, which is the movie, the film, the seminal film. Tanner, do you know what that quote is from?
No.
It's just your opinion, man. Spoken by the protagonist of the film, The Dude.
Yeah, can't think of the name. I know what movie you're talking
Now,
about.
I want to be clear. I was hoping you knew the name because I've also forgotten the name
Yeah, I don't
of the
know.
film.
I
know
don't
what
watch
the
movies,
film
don't
is.
care.
I know what the film is, but I don't remember the name. Someone in chat will remind us post haste. But anyways, yeah, of course. There's no good. The Big Lebowski, thank you. Yeah. So let's move on. So you might be saying, "Oh, well, that's just your opinion, man," like The Big Lebowski, and you're malding right now, right? Because you're an MW stan, because you're a rat. Right, and unsubscribe from this podcast if you enjoy this video game. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. That's obviously a joke. I like that people disagree with our opinions, but we're not going to kowtow to you. And that's why you like the podcast, because you disagree with my take or Tanner's take, but you at least appreciate that we're being honest with you. That's why you like the program. So don't get mad that we don't agree with you and that we've been railing on MW for 4 hours and counting. And by the way, it's going to continue next week and it's going to be longer than 4 hours. Oops. Hey, don't get mad about it, because you have to remember that is why you like this program, is because at least we're being honest with you. We're honest actors, even if we disagree with you. Let's move on. Why do we dislike the maps in this game? Excellent question, dear listener. Number one. Doors should not be in multiplayer. Don't put doors in multiplayer. It's not fun and exciting. It's campable. It's gameable. They're too fucking loud. And then also you can expect to hear someone bursting through a door, and then they can game it by peeking it. By the way to peek a door. Also, there's 11 days, 23 hours, 9 minutes, and 35 seconds left until Cold War. So this tip shouldn't matter to you, because you should uninstall this game. But in case you want to just suck all the marrow out of the quality of your gaming experience, the way to peek a door in MW is to aim down your sights and then press the open door button, and it's going to change to peek door. And what that does is it opens it just a sliver, and it's much more quiet than regularly opening the door, and certainly more quiet than fucking tack sprinting through it, obviously. And then you can just walk through it or run through it quite quickly, and it's going to be much more quiet. Anyways.
You know what the best thing about the doors are, by the way, is when people put a claymore behind it. So you don't know, and then you run through and open the door and then get hit by a claymore.
That is both fun and exciting. That's great. So let's install this mechanic. Let's instantiate this mechanic where you do a thing that promotes a style of play. Now, if you've been paying attention this evening to this broadcast, right, you might be able to suss out what that play style, this mechanic, promotes, which is camping. Oops. Because what you can do is you can run into your little fucking room like the rat fuck you are, close the door, slam a claymore behind the door, so now it is totally opaque to the would-be intruder that there is in fact a lethal weapon behind this door. And then as soon as someone opens it, their ass is fucked by a claymore, and there's no counterplay, and it is categorically not interactive, which has been another theme of why this game is dog shit. There are too many mechanics that are not interactive and are not conducive to first-person shooting in the first-person shooter game, which is crazy. It's crazy that would be a bad thing. Here we are. So doors should absolutely not be a multiplayer, number one. Number 2, and I'm curious for your thoughts on this, Tanner. Every map besides Shoot House, and I'm not kidding, I want you to find me a counterexample, Tanner, and I want you to listen very carefully. Besides Shoot House, every single map is too big.
Yes.
Right?
Every single new map is pretty much too big.
Even at launch.
Maybe like Hackney was a decent size, I think. Hackney was probably
Hackney for 6s.
the best size 6v6 map.
I think you're right. I think Hackney's, yeah, you're right. Hackney's probably, it's a big 6s map, but it's not too big. I think I agree with you there. Yeah. But I can't think of any others. Hackney, Shoot House. And the real tragedy here is that, like, Candor Hideout, I really liked that map, but it's too big. It's just too big. And then when you spawn, you're sprinting for 45 minutes, and then, like, it's just cancer. Like, I like Candor Hideout as a map. It's just too big. Change it. Make it smaller. Gunrunner, same thing. For 10s, it's a great size. For 6s, which is what it was originally intended to be, way too fucking big. Why am I spawning behind the fucking whatever fucking hangar, whatever it is, and then the other team is spawning literally as far away as is possible? Like,
yes,
geometrically, they are as far away as possible. That's where they spawn. Like, that's so dumb. For a 6s map, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? Hackney Yard, I think, is a good size. Ramaza
is a decent size, but it took too long to get to the other side of the map because of the way it was built and laid out.
Yeah.
You had to, like, run through a door, go to the right, run through that entryway, go to the left, go straight, go through the right, then go to left, and then go through that tunnel, and then you're in their spawn. It's like, it wasn't
true.
Too much turning.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, so you're right. I think I could think of more counterexamples. They are not all too big, the maps in this game, but most of them are too big. And that's a problem because, of course, you spend way too much time running back to the action, which is cancer.
Yeah.
The easiest example here is Anaya Palace is a 10s map, which is fucking outrageous.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. No exaggeration, you'll literally spend 45 seconds from 45 seconds to 65, 75 seconds. You will spend spawning and then running to action. You can be sprinting for literally 60 seconds straight and not see anyone on Anaya Palace 10s, which is just so crazy, dude. How are we doing this? How are we so fucking dumb, guys? Come on, man. So the maps are too big.
Oh, they're fucking dumb, yeah.
And then the biggest problem, in my view, is this. They're not 3 lanes, which means, actually, that there are too many lanes. There are too many lanes. And also, the Z-axis is overused. Now, I know fucking Descartes is probably not in the chat because he died in the 15th century. But Cartesian coordinate plane, read a book. But the Z-axis refers to height. So X and Y is longitude, latitude, roughly. Z is depth. So height and, going below sea level, as it were. The Z-axis is far too overused. And Tanner perfectly pointed out that this exists and that it's a problem in his analysis of the Warzone map, in which he said, there shouldn't be 17-story buildings. They're too tall. What that means is the Z-axis is overused. Yeah. I agree 1,000%. And this does, in fact, translate to multiplayer. Now, my favorite example of a terrible map
Your absolute favorite example.
Well, it's my least favorite example, but it's also the most indicative of what I would like to illustrate. Not only with respect to its z-axis, but also its number of lanes, is the TENS closed beta map, which is, I will restate, not only the worst Call of Duty map of all time, but it is the worst setting for a piece of art ever. So fiction, so like, okay, people write novels, right? Like Harry Potter was written and the Sorcerer's Stone and like the fucking whatever, the Basement of Gryffindor or some shit. Let's include all of them, right? Let's also include every Halo map, Division map, Call of Duty map, of course, Dragon Age map. We could even go to Super Mario map. And then, of course, we're not forgetting the Gulag Archipelago, those maps. There's no maps, but those maps, those places that existed, either on Earth or in fictitious places, such as perhaps the Da Vinci Code, maybe Star Wars, the trash chute in episode 4. Let's include all of it. Any setting where people could be that is conceivably possible. All of them. Anywhere where something could exist in the time-space continuum, no such setting is worse than Grozny Raid. It is the worst place by any metric, a place. Define a place however you want. No such place is worse than Grozny Raid. Period. It is a 5-lane map. Go into a custom game yourself. It is an explore.
Yeah,
Get your
it is
fucking
5.
Get your atlas, get your fucking what's it called? The thing that's shaped like a half circle. Fuck. What is it called, dude? You used it in math class. Well, none of us did, but it's, imagine a circle and a half circle. What is this thing called? It's a thing.
You're not talking about the compass, are you?
No.
What is that thing called?
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Protractor?
Protractor. Yes, thank you. Wait, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
Calipers?
I don't know. Maybe protractor. Doesn't matter. Get all of your navigation tools handy. Go load into a Grozny Raid private match. You will come to find it is in fact a 5. It is literally a 5-lane map, right? It's 5 lanes, and it's also 2 stories everywhere. And that is the perfect example. It is worse than the 7th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno. No place is worse than Grozny Raid, ever. I would rather spend my time in a Soviet-era prison. I'd rather be in Guantanamo Bay. I'd rather be in a Bush-era black site, right, than Grozny Raid.
Wow.
Because it is the worst setting that has ever existed ever for any person on Earth ever, or in any universe actually. Not only on Earth or in our solar system or in our galaxy, in fact, but our entire universe or any universe that has ever existed ever. Grozny Raid's worse. It's the worst possible place that could be created, exist, or conceived of. Period. It's 5 lanes. It's 2 stories. You can't move on that map ever without checking an infinite amount of angles. Because at any time, you can be shot from 360 degrees, but also, it's worse, 360 degrees on ground level and also on the 2nd story. It is the worst conceivable map that has ever existed. Grozny Raid is the perfect example of this, of course, but also, most maps are this way in MDub. Every time you try to move, there are camping spots in such a great number of possible locations that it is impossible for you to check where someone might be, and therefore the skill gap is not only compressed, it is shattered. There is no skill gap. You can't move on Grozny Raid. It doesn't matter how good you are. It literally doesn't matter how good you are. This is why Shootouts is a good map. If I'm going into Junkyard, I have to check 3 spots.
And it's high visibility.
And it's high visibility because the sun exists on that map, which we will get into next week. I go into Junkyard. Number 1, I have to check that pillar that is in like the corner. There could be someone there, and there often is. Number 2, I have to check behind the cars. And number 3, I have to check the opposite entryway. 3 points of entry. Great. That's why this is a good map. Because if I'm good, I can round this corner. I can clock those 3 possible locations in which there can be an enemy, and then I can continue. And if I aim well, accurately, and quickly, I can neutralize those enemies if I'm better than them, which speaks to skill gap. If I'm better than them, my skill will actually matter. That is not the case on almost every other map in this game. Grozny is a perfect example. If you want to cap B, good luck, you actual dumb fuck.
Yeah, it's not easy to cap B.
Oh, it's impossible. Here's how you cap B on Grozny Raid. Exit the game. You're not going to. It's impossible. You can be shot from literally 360 degrees times 2. It's just impossible. There's not like 3 areas you can check on Grozny because there's too many angles. It's 5 lanes. It's dog shit. It's dog shit. So the maps just couldn't get worse in this game because there are too many lanes on all of them, and the Z-axis is overutilized. Now, I've spoken for a little while, so Tanner, what are your thoughts?
Well, you covered everything in its entirety times 3, so yeah, it's just the maps are designed for shit players to camp in corners, even if it's not like you're talking a lot about the height advantages with buildings and stuff, but it's not even always that. It's like if you're playing Azir Cave or something, one of the worst maps in the game. It's probably the second worst map in the game. I don't think Razinon is the worst. I think Piccadilly and Azir are the 2 worst maps in the game for sure. But it's
I
like,
respect the opinion. I'm not mad about it.
But it's like you're running up to the entrance of the cave. There's somebody in the cave in Azir that's in a dark corner that you have no chance of seeing because of the way the lighting is in the game, and they'll kill you and you'll never know they're there. So it's like the maps themselves make the visibility even worse because of the way they're designed and laid out. Piccadilly, fucking terrible map. It is I don't know how many lanes that is. There's not a lane. It's just a big open blob of everything. And if you go anywhere,
Piccadilly is so bad. Yeah.
If you go anywhere further than 20 feet in from the outside walls, you're fucked. You're dead. You have to run along the wall around the outside of the map.
And it doesn't matter how good you are. That's what makes us mauled so hard.
Like, I would love to see an overview of Piccadilly, of every kill that's ever happened, like the hot spots on that map. There will be like 1% of the kills will take place anywhere other than the outside edges of the map. Because it's terrible. You can't run to mid. Because you ran to mid 5 times when the game launched, got killed there every time. And then you're like, oh, okay, so I'm never going there again. So everyone plays the outside. It's a fucking terrible map. The visibility is awful. There's too much clutter. It's just bad. I mean, we've talked about this also. There's a clip of a dev from Infinity Ward live streaming. Piccadilly came up and somebody that he was playing with, like he like wasn't looking at a screen or he was alt tabbed and they were like, are we going to skip this one? And he's like, what is it? And they're like, it's Piccadilly or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah. And then he immediately left the lobby.
Yes.
That's an Infinity Ward dev. The maps are shit. They know they're shit. And I don't know what they were thinking this year. It's got to come down to whoever was in charge, Joe Seacott, telling them to make maps that are designed for bad players.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah. Agree.
Don't make 3-lane maps that have quick movement, high visibility. Let's make a lot of areas for average, bad, casual players to camp so that they'll have a better time playing this game. So
exactly.
Yeah, that's all I have to say on the maps.
Exactly.
Awful.
Such a good point, Tanner. We'll talk more about this next week, but yes, it is yet another design philosophy that was concretized in this game that is designed to compress or eliminate the skill gap. I mean, if you're playing Piccadilly, for example, and you want to cap B, you can't. I'm not kidding. It literally doesn't matter how good you are, because if you're going toward B, there are virtually an infinite number of different spots from which you can get killed. And that's the problem with going away from 3-lane maps. Now, it can be done. For example, Standoff in BO2. I wouldn't say that's a 3-lane map. Maybe I would, but it's like a diagonal map. Maybe it's three. No, I wouldn't say that's a 3-lane map. If it is, it's very roughly a 3-lane map.
Yeah,
but
it's a weird one.
But it's well designed. And most angles or corners that you peek, you are not exposing yourself to an infinite amount of lines of sight from which you can be killed.
Yeah.
It's not only that Piccadilly compresses the skill gap if you're trying to move your character in the first-person shooter game where you should be shooting people, but you obliterate it. There is no skill gap. It doesn't matter. So the only way to reliably do well on Piccadilly is to camp.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, a running theme for this evening.
Exactly.
Which we will, of course, get into more next week.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, of course. So, the maps are just dog shit for that reason. I mean, yeah, I think we've said our piece on this, I would say.
Yeah.
So, and then last little point here, there are a ton of power positions on these maps as well, which is a cute phrase for disgustingly OP rooms with an infinite amount of cover. Literally. Just areas to camp where you have like complete and insane perfect cover, 2 points of entry, which you can claim or both of, by the way, and also high ground. Here's a perfect example: Office of Shoot House. This is the prototypical power position. There's 2 doors that you can get shot from, or that people can enter. Claymore both of them. And then also you have high ground on everyone. And also you have 4 walls protecting you. Like, if you're really good, or even if you're dog shit, but you're using Claymore with shrapnel or restock, God forbid both, you can just go to the office of fucking Shoot House, put 2 Claymores on the only 2 points of entry, and then shoot out of the window and just never die. Like, way too easily. That is one very good example of a power position, and there are a fuck ton of those in this game. Grozny Raid, that is the case in that building above B. You can be in that little area room where you're looking at A, and there are 2 points of entry. Claymore both of them. You're good to go, and you can just, and you have high ground, and then you can just shit on people like nonstop. So the existence of power positions is a yikes as well, and it is yet another thing that ruins, compresses massively,
and caters to shit people,
the skill gap, and it indeed caters to shit rats. So that is that. Tanner, anything you wanted to add in on any topic whatsoever?
I don't think so. I think we covered most of them in depth. Like I said, I'm sure we'll think of a few more things that should have been on bad that we'll start the episode with next week.
Correct. Agreed. So, that is going to wrap this bitch up. The Bad Part 2 Halloween special, dude. I had an absolute blast this evening, going into detail about how shit this game is. And by the way, we've been doing this broadcast for roughly 4 hours and 45 minutes. And you might be thinking, wow, this is a long podcast episode. Cute. Hey, cute. Guess what's going to be longer? Part 3. Because part 3 is the ugly, which is just things that are super bad, like inexcusably, unforgivably bad, is next week's episode. And there are a lot of things to talk about on that subject with this game. And we will, of course, get into it. So, nonetheless, that is going to wrap it for us here. iTunes reviews is normally the next segment of this broadcast, but I'm skipping it because we've been live for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So we'll do that Wednesday. Suck my dick. And then lastly, of course, real quick, once again, patreon.com/thedropshot, 4 bonus episodes a month, and access to the entire backlog, the catalog, is available there. $5 a month. Buy one less pumpkin spice latte for 31 days, and then you can afford it. Do that.
Actually, yeah.
Literally. Patreon.com/thedropshot. You can find me on Twitter and on Twitch and on Instagram. Search Razinon. Tanner is, his name on social media is Tanner Dropshot, one word. Remember, part 3, which is going to be the best episode we've ever recorded, is going to be live streamed on Tanner's channel, twitch.tv/Tanner Dropshot. Follow. And by the way, if you want a free 90 United States dollars, be there live next week, the 7th, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is the only correct time zone. So make sure you follow him.
The only time zone that matters in the world. Yeah.
Correct. As far as I'm concerned, it should be the only time zone, period, but we'll move on. Tanner Dropshot, one word. You can find him on Twitter there, as well as Twitch. Amazon Prime, link it up. And then you can do a free subareno. Rate us 5 stars on iTunes. Tell your dipshit friends about us. YouTube.com/Razinon for the YouTube. Obviously, redundant. I'm close to monetizing. Do it now. We have 2 merch stores. You can see those in the show notes. We got a ton of shit. Accessories, clothing, etc. Of course, join the fucking Discord. Links are to that in the show notes as well. And last but certainly not least, special thank you to our Damascus patrons: Mr. Salmonella, Jay Pritch, Slivovitz, Jake Downs, Zerosio, Rainman, Sandstoner, Tequila Sir Rockingbird, Face Esquire, Tyler H, Gift Curse, Adam H, Sniff Sniff Hambone, change it, Jimmy M, Von Trapp, Optimus Primed, Aussie Menace, Vesterg, Godadote, Josh V, Dreves, Civ, Dread Pirate, Roberts, Sly, Dr. J Web, Patrick C, Derek R, Wade M, It's to Pickle, That Dirty Clap, Killicam, Pre-Shock, Garrett S, Michael C, Jada Pinkett Smith, Miss Lemur Party, Friend of the Pod, Freeze, The Dave Daly, Young Evan, Deacon Cheese, Brandon L, Sniper No Snipe, Absolutely Change It, Sean B, Manny Marr, Derek C, Samuel, Hitcho Block, Cope Cowboy, Notoriety, and extra special thank you to our one and only Obsidian patron, the Dropshot Patriarch, the Vaping Viking.
Damn, I think we got like 2 or 3 new patrons during that episode.
It is certainly fucking possible. I would also like to say thank you to, what do we have here? Muskogee Warrior for the 100 bits and the sub, SP Farms, 300 biddies, and the Gifty Boy. Meth Mouth, I like it, for the Gifty Boy. Aussie Menace, never mind. Don't ever give me double-digit bits again, or you're banned.
Jesus.
And then Meth Mouth again for the gifted sub. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this special edition Halloween broadcast this evening. As always, of course, please remember, stay humble.
It's a long one.
Stay humble.
Thanks for watching this episode of the Dropshot, a Call of Duty podcast. Be sure to like and subscribe because in addition to full episodes like this, we've also got clips from the show, as well as gameplay breakdowns and more on the channel. The show is streamed live on twitch.tv/Razinon every Wednesday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So give us a follow over there, make sure to turn on notifications, and you can chat with us live during the podcast. And of course, we are available wherever you listen to podcasts. Just search for the Dropshot on your favorite podcast app and make sure to give us a follow. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time. And as always, remember, stay humble.